I'd like to call this regular council meeting to order. Before we proceed further, I'd like to ask Councillor Lewis to read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Your Worship. We acknowledge the land upon which we are gathered is the traditional territory of the Attawandaron, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe people. We are the beneficiaries of ancient agreements such as the dish with one spoon between the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee, who agreed to share the abundance of land through peace, friendship, and mutual respect. The two-row wampum, by which the Haudenosaunee welcomed the settlers and agreed to share the land in mutual respect, and the Treaty of Niagara, considered a fundamental document by First Nations in all future relations and treaties with the British. We recognize that we have a responsibility to be stewards of the land in cooperation and collaboration with the Indigenous people, not only for one generation, but for all generations to come. We understand that we have an obligation to learn from the lessons of our history, educate ourselves about the experiences of Indigenous people, and seek the opportunities to heal the wounds that will result in reconciliation with our Indigenous brothers and sisters. Many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people live and work in Fort Erie. We stand with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the land on which we live. We have the good fortune to live in the land of such abundance, diversity, and beauty. Let us be vigilant in protecting Turtle Island.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lewis. Would you all please rise for the invocation?
We meet to serve our community and endeavor to be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. Let us be concerned only for what will promote good government. May we bring to our council chambers minds that think and hearts that feel, so that in our deliberations we may display imagination, wisdom, and courage, and the will to do our work for the good of all.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, the roll call.
Your Worship, Regional Councillor Encina sends his regrets. The remainder, or the rest of council, is present. Thank you.
There is one addendum, and that is an additional delegation. That's Anna Small with respect to the urgent care center in Fort Erie. And so she'll be following the second delegation when we get to that part of the agenda. There are a number of announcements, and I want to acknowledge that we have here this evening our Member of Provincial Parliament, Wayne Gates, who has provided some certificates that we'll be handing out to students from Greater Fort Erie Secondary School that we'll be recognizing this evening, and I want to acknowledge that their principal, Fred Lowe's, is with us this evening as well. I'm going to be very brief on the announcements, although I'm going to run through them quite quickly. The town of Fort Erie received recognition from what used to be called the Boys and Girls Club of Niagara, now BGCN, for our contributions to their operations throughout the year. And we have received this recognition a number of years, and it's very, very much appreciated by the municipality and shows the strong working relationship that we have with Boys and Girls Club. Last Friday, a week ago Friday, on June the 14th, I was at the Boys and Girls Club, the E.J. Freeland Center, when Niagara Children's Center launched its Fort Erie satellite location. That's a tremendous facility that provides services for special needs children in particular. And the establishment of this satellite office in Fort Erie runs contrary to what has been happening in Fort Erie over the past few years as things have been regionalized. We've found that we've lost services in a number of areas. This happens to be a turnaround, and Niagara Children's Center is now providing services in Fort Erie. Their main operation is in St. Catharines. They now have this satellite office in Fort Erie working in collaboration with BGCN. Last Wednesday, we had the opening of the Sugar Bowl spray pad. It was very well attended by people in the neighborhood, a lot of adults, a lot of children, even some of the town staff. The splash pad turned out to be particularly welcome last week. As you all know, the weather was extremely oppressive. And we also had the MPP, Wayne Gates, there. He provided us with a certificate of congratulations on that park. That is one of a number of parks in Fort Erie that we have been expending significant sums of money on to make sure that we have recreational and leisure opportunities for people of all ages. And when you think about a splash pad, Literally anyone can utilize a splash pad. You don't have to be able to swim. You don't have to be particularly athletic. And I can assure you that last Wednesday, there were people of all ages using that splash pad, including our CAO, who is no child. Tomorrow, Fort Erie is going to be hosting News Talk 610 CKTB in a roundtable. They're going to be setting up here about 5 a.m. We have a roster of individuals from the town staff who are going to be speaking on various issues, including the fire chief, our director of planning, manager of strategic initiatives, our museum services manager, the CAO and I, and we'll be talking about things that are happening in Fort Erie, and that's a great opportunity for us to get a word about what is happening here. CKTB does this every year. They go around to all the municipalities in Niagara, and it actually is helpful because it does provide their listeners with the opportunity to find out what's happening in other municipalities. I didn't see, but I heard that Matty Matheson, some of you may know who he is, famous chef, happened to be on Jimmy Fallon about a week ago, and I understand that he mentioned Fort Erie, and so anytime we get an opportunity to have the community's profile raised, we take advantage of it. And so we're going to be thanking Matty, sending him some Fort Erie swag so that when he's on Stephen Colbert, he can do the same thing. Okay, now on Saturday, we started off the summer with the Bridgeburg BIA having its beginning of summer festivity. They closed Jarvis Street activities, a lot of vendors, children's activities, including a slide and a whole bunch of other things. There was a band, various bands played out throughout the day. In the evening, there was a band and a beer tent. That's the kickoff. We have a number of events that are going to be happening at Bridgeburg, also in Ridgeway. Ridgefest is the second Saturday in Ridgeway, so I think it's July the 6th, 5th and 6th, or I think it's the 6th. And that's the start of the activities in Ridgeway. Crystal Beach has a full agenda of things, the BIA and the Friends of Crystal Beach. And Councillor Lewis advises me that starting on Saturday, coming up June the 29th, the Ridgeway Farmers Market, so that's Ridgeway, will be starting, and that's from 8 a.m. until 1 p.m. Bay Beach will have a market. Is it Thursdays? Sundays, the market's in Crystal Beach. There's an activity at Bay Beach on July the 4th, the American holiday. That should be interesting. And that runs from 2 until 6 p.m. Also, the Crystal Beach Supper Market is starting on July the 11th. That's every Thursday thereafter. The Friends of Crystal Beach has its concert series starting in July. I believe they've got 3 Sundays in July and a couple in August. And that's at the Waterfront Park in Crystal Beach. We have, the Ridge Fest is Saturday, July the 6th. And this Thursday, Supper Market. So that's June the 27th. And we also have Stevensville Farmers Market, which starts July the 3rd, and that's on Wednesdays, and that's from 2 until 6 p.m. That, I think, I want to mention as well that yesterday, Councillor Insin and I were at St. Joseph's Catholic Church in Snyder, celebrated its 175th anniversary. It's one of the oldest congregations in Fort Erie, and when you take a look at the history, you'll see some of the names that were prominent then. They're still prominent individuals in the Snyder, Stevensville, Douglastown area. That was a wonderful event, and the Bishop of Niagara, Bishop Burgee, was there on hand. And then finally, I want to wish everyone a happy Canada Day on July the 1st. That is the announcements. That then takes us to disclosures of pecuniary interest. There are none. There are no notices with respect to upcoming public meetings. Since Councillor Insin is not here, there is no regional councillor report. That will take us then to presentations and delegations. And the first delegation is going to be Jason Sider, communications teacher from Greater Fort Erie Secondary School. But before he comes up, I just want to acknowledge that we're going to be recognizing students from Greater Fort Erie Secondary School who have participated in skills competition. Some of them locally in Niagara, some at the provincial level, some at the national level. And some of these students have done remarkably well. It's a good indication of the quality of education that they receive in our community and the time and energy that not only their teachers and support staff provide in making sure that our youth are well educated, but the time and energy that the parents put in to their children. Because I like to say that children are like any product. What you put into the product is what you get out. And we're very fortunate that we have so many committed and dedicated teachers, not just at Greater Fort Erie Secondary School, I would say all the schools in Fort Erie, but this evening we're recognizing the GFES students who excelled in the skills competition. So I wonder, Mr. Sider, if you'd like to come forward and provide us with the speech that your son has written. So you told me. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Redekop, Council, members of the community, and students. My name is Jason Sider, and I am a technology teacher at Greater Fort Erie Secondary School. It is my honor to be able to speak to you today. As I'm sure you're aware, the opportunity within the skilled trades has never been greater. According to the Ontario Youth Apprenticeship Program, by 2025, it's expected that Canada's skilled labor shortage will reach 1.2 million, and 40% of all occupations in 2025 will be in the skilled trades. I'm pleased to say that the students at Greater Fort Erie Secondary School are being prepared for this. With one of the largest technology departments within the Niagara Region, students at GFES have the opportunity to take courses such as construction, transportation, manufacturing, electrical, technological design, healthcare, communications, hospitality and tourism, baking, hairstyling aesthetics, and in case you missed it, that's a lot of technology. These courses provide our students with endless opportunities, guiding them towards futures filled with promise and achievement. We are constantly adapting the needs of our learners. As such, several of these courses have been added since GFES opened its doors in 2017. And as we wrap up this school year, not that I'm wishing to wish away the summer in any way, but we do look forward to the upcoming school year. I'm thrilled to announce that we will be expanding our offerings with the addition of our 7th Specialist High Skills Major Program in Construction Technology. This new program signifies our commitment to preparing students for the rapidly evolving world of skilled trades by offering them even more experience and opportunities while they are under our roof. The skilled trades are not just careers, they are pathways to success that empower individuals to build, create, and shape the world around them. Through hands-on learning and practical experience, our technology students develop invaluable skills that are in high demand across various industries. Moreover, our commitment to excellence in technological education extends beyond the classroom. Each year, our students have the opportunity to showcase their talents and skills in technological challenges and competitions. These experiences not only test their knowledge, but also foster creativity, collaboration, and resilience, qualities that are essential for success in any 21st century field they choose to pursue. The Skills Challenge is a competition held annually designed to showcase and celebrate the skills of young people in various trades and technologies. It provides a platform for students from elementary to post-secondary levels to demonstrate their skills in over 70 different categories. DSBN hosts the first set of challenges. From there, gold medalists move on to compete at Skills Ontario. Today, as we reflect on the technology department at Greater Fort Erie Secondary School, we would like to highlight some of the achievements of our students. In the DSBN challenges, GFES represents approximately 6% of all of the high schools within the DSBN. However, GFES took home 16% of all medals, and when delving deeper, 18% of all gold medals. GFES was also the only school to have one student, Aiden Nigro, win 2 medals in 2 different challenges, both of those medals being gold in electrical installations and precision machining. Also winning gold was McKenna Thomas in graphic design presentation, Gabrielle Cudmore in prepared speech, and Chris Brunning in welding. Winning silver was Virginia Darren and Marla Irwin in 2D character animation, Autumn Wortman in job skill demonstration, and Ali Kutzman and Haley Foster in TV video production. The bronze medalists are Susanna Day in baking, Harper James in job skill demonstration, Juliana Marcel in prepared speech, Michael Bielich in welding, and Addison Arbick and Grace Kosak in TV video production, who placed silver at the regional qualifier as well. And I'm proud to say that 7 of our students advanced to be part of Team DSBN at the Skills Ontario Challenge, competing against the top students in the province within their field. And special recognition goes to Autumn Wortman, who placed gold at Skills Ontario and went on to compete at the Skills Canada competition in Quebec City, where she placed bronze in all of Canada in the Job Skill Demonstration Challenge. This is just another example of the greatness taking place at Greater Fort Erie Secondary School. In closing, I'd like to thank you for your continued support of all of the great things happening in our town's high school. Together, let us empower our students to reach new heights, seize every opportunity, and embrace the endless possibilities that the world of technology and skilled trades has to offer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sider. And you've named all of the students who received medals at these competitions. Councillor Christensen and I are now going to give out certificates. Not all of the students are here this evening, so you won't hear all of their names again, and they won't all be receiving a certificate. If they're not here, the certificates have been provided to their teacher, Afshin Kavani, and he'll be providing them with their certificates later. So, Councillor Christensen. And I should say that, as I mentioned before, MVP Gates has provided certificates as well of congratulations, and we'll be handing those out on his behalf here this evening. First student, McKenna Thomas, DSBN Gold Medal. Okay. And we'll surround you.
Beautiful.
Congratulations. Aiden Nero. Congratulations. And this is an MPP Gates. Congratulations. Aiden, did you get the certificate, the large one? Is that for you, or is that, whoops, sorry. The larger one. Is that for you as well? So, yeah, it's 2 awards? Is that for a gold medal? Yeah, okay, so that's, so the next is Virginia Darren. Well done.
Thank you.
Haley Foster, DSBN Silver Medal. Congratulations. Susanna Day, DSBN Bronze Medal in baking. Congratulations. I guess we should let you go.
Yes. Yeah. There you are.
The baking caught my eye. Marcel, DSBN bronze medal. Congratulations. Last year,
Yes.
so where are you going next year?
You did.
Good for you. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Addison Arbic, ESPN bronze medal. Congratulations. See your grandparents here.
Yeah.
Gabrielle Cudmore, DSBN gold medal. Congratulations. Now, before you take the pictures, I should say that we actually have the gold medal here. So I've been asked to put the gold medal on you. This is via international festivals. This is from British Columbia. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Did you want to take this? Sure. Grace Koshak. Congratulations. Is that how you say your name? Kozak. Kozak. Well done.
Thank you.
No, there's, so this is for Autumn Wortman, and she's got a wealth of certificates because she won I don't know, it looks like you've got a bronze, a silver. You'll need a truck to get all this stuff. When I was reading the list last week when I was advised that we were going to have this presentation, I thought I recognized some of the names, and I see some very proud parents in here, and I also see some very proud grandparents. And you should be proud because these students have done an excellent job, and I think we're in good shape for the future. So at this point, we're going to go to the next delegation, but let me say that if there are students here and their families, if you wish to leave, you may at this point. If you want to stay, by all means, you're welcome to. We have to stay. Okay, well, I guess you know who was here for what.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks for helping out.
Of course.
Yeah.
Like it?
Thank you, Joan.
Did we miss that? Am I okay to take this here?
Yes. Okay, so we'll proceed with our second delegation. That's George Ahern, Chairman of the Fort Erie Sports Wall of Fame. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Redekop, council members. Well, As you know, my name is George Ahern. I'm the chair of the Fort Erie Sports Wall of Fame. The Sports Wall of Fame was created to honor athletes from our community who attained the highest level in respective sports, or as a builder developing programs to encourage and develop others to reach their full potential. The first inductee was placed on the wall in 1981, and we have added additional inductees annually for a current total of 95 plaques. In 2019, we accepted 6 new inductees, but unfortunately, due to COVID-19 pandemic, the induction dinner in June 2020 could not take place, and as of now, they have not been added to the wall. It has taken some time, and in April 2023, we formed a new all-volunteer committee, and as we did not want this great tradition to disappear. When we attempted to have new plaques created for the 6 outstanding inductees, we were unable to reproduce the existing plaques. As the mural on the wall was starting to disintegrate, and on closer examination of existing plaques, we found a number of discrepancies and poor picture quality. At that time, we decided it was best to completely redo the wall, and with the expertise of Allison Sports in Niagara Falls, we will be able to add consistency and quality of the plaques and uniformity on the wall. And now with the support of Mr. Sean Hutton, Manager Parks and Facilities for the town of Fort Erie, our volunteers have removed all the existing plaques, refurbished and repainted the wall, and in the process of having signage and border installed. That's the good part. Unfortunately, there's a price to replacing the plaques, and the cost is $12,000. We are actively reaching out to the generosity of our business community for donations. As the Fort Erie Sports Wall of Fame is a huge asset to the Leisureplex, and something we will all be proud to show off to all visitors to the facility for many years to come, we are approaching you, our town council, for a grant of 50% of the cost. In closing, our committee respectfully thanks you for allowing us to make this presentation and appeal to you. We will keep you updated on the restoration progress, and we are looking forward to a positive reply from you on the funding request. I'll give you an example of the plaques. This is one of the existing ones on the wall. And this is going to be the new plaques on the wall. And it will be, I'm not sure, the rendering, did you get a copy of the rendering to see what it looked like? I gave one this morning. The wall is going to be gray. It's going to have a banner on top, which is going to be orange with a black border and 2 black borders, or 2 black lines coming off it to border the wall. And it'll be Fort Erie Sports Wall of Fame on it. And so the black on the gray it's going to make it a very classy looking wall. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahern. And that's something that I can speak with the CAO about in terms of the funding. I'm sure we'll be able to come up with $6,000 in some fashion, but I don't get to make that decision myself. Any members of council have any questions? I want to appreciate the work that you folks have done on this.
Thank you.
Yeah, some of the names of individuals that are being recognized, they're truly important figures in the history of our community. Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, through you to Mr. Darren. Again, thank you and your committee for all the work you do. I know you and I talked very briefly on it. I know you've talked to Ms. Bradman on it also. And I think one of the suggestions was a QR code somewhere on the wall, so that if someone wanted to take it on their cell phone, where they could then get all the information that they wanted.
Well, we could not afford to do something like that, but it was just presented to me that I don't know if it's, Karen, may I ask you to?
We discussed this with Paul the other day, so it's something we certainly will look into, especially with the accessibility.
The possibility would that each plaque would have a QR code so they could just click on it and be able to, through their phone, be able to get all the information.
Yeah. I'm an IT dinosaur, so the only thing I know about QR is you can take a picture of it and it'll take
And it tells you
somewhere.
something.
But thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much, Mr. Ahern.
Thank you.
So we'll be back in touch with you.
Thank you very much.
And then the final delegation this evening is Anna Small. Good evening.
Your Worship, members of council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Anna Small, and I reside in Crystal Beach. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce and speak to our Purple Postcard campaign. I'm sure, I hope, all council have a copy of our Purple Postcard. The Purple Postcard represents 24/7, the need for 24/7 urgent care in Fort Erie. It is a grassroots campaign that was started as a result of an idea of 10 women gathered for coffee, and we felt a need to do something. So this is how the postcard came to be. The reason why it's a postcard and we have handwritten messages is we all know the power of the pen, and it still does work. These are all handwritten postcards that will be forwarded to the applicable MPPs. And so these are members of the public who are taking their time, just as we took our time and our money and our energy to initiate this campaign. As I said, we are a small, independent group, but we are working in tandem with other groups that are having the same view and the same hope that we have as well. And I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the ongoing work and efforts of council and staff in securing funds and also their innovative thinking of the use of already existing physical facilities and developing reliable and accessible healthcare 24/7 every day of every week of every year. We all have our personal stories of urgent care issues. The little boy with a fish hook in his mouth, through his lip, sitting in an ER for 5 hours. A grandfather who had fallen and skinned his leg and had been bleeding and was in ER for almost 7 hours. We all can identify with those stories, and we can all identify, I know, with the need to have urgent care and have ER available in our local community that is accessible, that we don't have to rely on an ambulance, and we don't currently have local transportation to be able to allow people who don't have the use of a vehicle to get to necessary medical care. This evening, we're asking for an acknowledgement and your support in our ongoing efforts to create more of an awareness for the issues with regarding 24/7 urgent care in Fort Erie. We initially ordered 250 postcards. They went out, and we've now ordered another 250 postcards, and they're going out, and we are now starting to get the postcards coming back. This is an ongoing campaign. It has started. We don't see where it will end, but it is going to be a progression during the summer and come the fall, once we're given an opportunity, and I'm sure we will be given that opportunity to be able to present the postcards that we have collected. We will keep council advised as to where and when that might be. And I guess at this point, I would like to acknowledge the 10 women who started this through the idea of having another voice to promote urgent care and the preservation and expansion of urgent care 24/7 in Fort Erie. Angela, Angie, Barb, Deb, Heather, Jane, Karen, Louise, Orma, and myself. I'm open to questions. I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Small. We appreciate the time and energy that you folks are putting into this. This has been a major issue for this council, and we've been spending a lot of time and energy trying to make sure that the residents of Fort Erie have the care that they need going forward. And we've spent time as well collaborating with MPP Gates, who's at the back of the room, monitoring everything you say. You mentioned that the cards are going out and then they're coming back. What does that mean?
Okay, so this is a very personal issue, and so we're dealing with this on a one-to-one basis. So we have locations, the information booth, the tourist booth in Crystal Beach on Erie Road has them for people to be able to go, and Lori's been great, she's been talking about it. People have the ability right there and then to fill out the postcard with their own personal message in their handwriting and hand it back in. We have members of the business community in Ridgeway and Crystal Beach who are also handing out the postcards and are also receiving them back. And then members of the 10 of us are assembling and accumulating them from all those different locations. We've had a tremendous amount of support in a very short period of time. I have to tell you, this all started the second weekend in May. We came up with the postcard idea. Our first printing was pickup of the printing was May the 18th, and now we've just gone through and we've just ordered another set of 250. So it's been, the business community has been behind us, which we are very grateful for. They're speaking to their customers that they're coming in and talking to, and just word is now coming back to us. We're getting calls and questions, where can we get the postcards? So we're seeing the wheel turning in the right direction. We have all these different spokes, all the different groups. Sue Hott was actually met with some of the ladies for coffee. We're known, we're out there. And like I said, it's like we want the wheel all going in the one direction, all the spokes coming together for the commonality, and that is to preserve and enhance our urgent care 24/7.
Thank you. Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor, through you to Anna. And thank you for your presentation. And forgive me if I'm asking a question that you've probably already answered, I just
It's okay.
didn't get. So with this card,
Yes.
you don't want me to fill it in and mail it?
No, we're asking for you to fill in the message part. We're asking for the other section to be left blank. We do have a number of them that are addressed to the Minister of Health. We're just waiting to see when we might be able to get them to her. She is not welcoming them at her constituency office, so we will wait for an opportunity to be able to do that, hopefully at Queen's Park. But it's not just the Minister of Health. It might be the Minister of Housing. It might be the Minister of Tourism. We know that there's connectivity between ministries, and we know that there's sharing information, and there's innovation that happens between ministries. So we do want you to fill out the message part, and if you know any of the 10 ladies, then some of them are at the back of the room here, or if you are in proximity to the information booth in Crystal Beach, please feel free to drop them off there. And in speaking to people, if you want some and be able to help us, we'd welcome that.
Okay, thank you. I'm just thinking that Ridgefest is coming up too. That may be a possibility, but thank you. I will fill mine in.
Thank you so much for your question.
Any other members of council? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation.
Councillor Lewis.
I just want to mention, I'm really pleased that you're acknowledging the work that is continuing to be done, not only by council, but the other groups in town lobbying for the same initiative. I know 20 years ago when I sat, and there is a question, Your Worship. I know 20 years ago when I sat in this seat, never did I think primary urgent care would be a focus of municipal government, and here we are 20 years later doing the good work of the province of Ontario. I'm just wondering if you're sending these to government sitting members, because they're the ones in a majority government that are in a position to implement change. No offense to the member that represents our good writing, but the power does hold within the government.
Yes.
So is that the focus of the letter campaign?
Councillor Lewis, through Mayor Redekop. The sitting members, so we're looking at the possibility of an election being called provincially as well as maybe federally. So at this particular point, it is sitting members. But as I said, this is an ongoing campaign. We're going to keep going. So if there is a change, and when there was a bit of a shuffle there, we kind of wondered who was going to go where. But we're going to keep on top of this, and whoever it is and wherever it's meant to go, then that's where we will direct them.
Yeah, no, and just one last comment, if I may, Your Worship. Thank you for being so positive, too, with something that is not really a positive outcome. And I think you would agree, trying to make it a question, that a positive approach is always a better angle to take.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any other members of council? Thank you very much, Ms. Small.
Thank you very much.
That then takes us to a public meeting under the Planning Act. This is a proposed combined official plan, zoning bylaw amendment, and revised draft plan of subdivision for property on Netherby Road, known as Black Creek Signature Phase 2 Plan of Subdivision. The process is council will receive a report from a member of staff providing us with background information as to what is being requested by the proponent, the applicant. We will have an opportunity to ask him questions. In this particular case, I'm seeing Daryl Vanderveen here, and I presume it's Mr. Vanderveen. After Mr. Vanderveen has provided his presentation, we've asked any questions. We'll then provide the proponent an opportunity to make comment with respect to the application. Thereafter, and the proponent will be subject to questions by members of council. Thereafter, we'll ask if there's anyone other than the proponent who wishes to speak in favor of the application, and we'll go to Mr. Patton, who will advise us if there's anybody in the digital waiting room as well. Following that, we'll ask if there's anyone who wishes to oppose the application or ask questions of members of council with respect to the application. We'll also go to the digital waiting room. Following that, I'll ask the clerk if we've received any late submissions subsequent to the report that we'll be dealing with after the public meeting. And then I will likely declare the meeting closed, and we'll move on to PDS 47, 2024, which is the information report. It's an information report because it's the basis of what Mr. Vanderveen is going to be advising council the applicant is seeking to do. The public meeting is an opportunity for staff and council to hear what the public has to say about the application, so that when a final recommendation report is made by staff to council, which has to be done within a time frame established by the province, we'll be able to take into account everything that's been said at this public meeting. So without further comment, I'm going to ask Mr. Vanderveen to introduce the subject and provide us with some background information. Good evening, Mr. Vanderveen.
Good evening, Mayor Redekop, members of council, and members of the public here in attendance and who may be viewing this online or via Zoom. Just going to get set up here. This is the public meeting for the proposed revised plan of subdivision and combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for Black Creek Signature Phase 2 subdivision, municipally known as 0-17507 Netherby Road. The owners are 913-6916 Canada Limited and Great Summit Fort Erie Nominee Inc. The agent is Upper Canada Consultants. So the purpose of this public meeting is to provide information regarding the proposed applications. The owner and agent are proposing a revision to the Phase 2 portion of the Black Creek Signature subdivision. This includes reconfiguration of the proposed road network, some changes to lots and blocks, and relocation of a block intended for future parkland purposes. Notification of the June 24th, 2024 public meeting was provided in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act by placing a public notice sign on the subject property. In addition, all property owners within 120 meters were mailed a notice of complete application in public meeting on June 4th, 2024. This slide shows an application or a timeline of the development application process. So pre-consultation was held for this application on March 22nd, 2023. We received application in late 2023. Initially it was deemed incomplete. It was deemed complete on April 5th, 2024. A public information open house was held on May 30th, 2024. And this evening is the statutory public meeting and information report, June 24th, 2024. So just to recover or go over some of the timeline requirements, in accordance with Bill 109, the proposed revised plan of subdivision and combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications are subject to a 120-day processing and review timeline. The clock starts the date that the application was deemed complete, which was April 5th, 2024, and will stop the day when council makes a decision on the application. The deadline for a decision on this application is August 3rd, 2024. The subject lands are located in the Douglastown Black Creek neighborhood of the town of Fort Erie on the east side of Netherby Road, adjacent to the municipal boundary with the city of Niagara Falls. The parcel is within the urban boundary. The site is approximately 8.8 hectares in area. The following summarizes the land uses surrounding the subject property. To the north, a former utility corridor, single detached dwellings along the Niagara Parkway, and agricultural lands. To the south, a watercourse, Black Creek Signature Phase 1 subdivision, and single detached dwellings along Black Creek Road. To the east, single detached dwellings along Black Creek Road and Black Creek. To the west, Netherby Road, the municipal boundary with the city of Niagara Falls, and vacant agricultural lands. The subject lands, known as Phase 2, is currently draft approved for 80 lots intended for single detached dwellings, 3 blocks for 14 townhouse dwellings, 1 block for a park, 1 block for a stormwater pond and walkway, and 2 blocks for a water course, and 7 blocks for 0.3 meter reserves. So again, just to reiterate, this is the portion of the development in question today. The Phase 1 portion is to the south, and that's registered and largely built out. Oh, and just to point it out, on the original plan, that's the location of stormwater pond, and that was the location of the municipal park. This slide illustrates the proposed revision to the Phase 2 portion of the Black Creek Signature subdivision. This includes reconfiguration of the proposed road network, some changes to lots and blocks, and relocation of a block intended for future parkland purposes. The revised plan of subdivision is proposing 73 lots for single detached dwellings, 13 blocks for a total of 62 street townhouse dwellings, 2 blocks for a water course, 1 block for a park, 1 block for a stormwater management facility, and 3 blocks for 0.3 meter reserves. And again, that's the location of the stormwater pond, and that's the location of the proposed location of the municipal park. The subject lands are designated low-density residential in part, medium-density residential in part, open space in part, environmental conservation overlay in part, and environmental protection in part in the Douglastown Black Creek secondary plan and the town's official plan. Schedule C of the town's official plan identifies a significant natural area corresponding to the watercourse on the site and along the former utility corridor to the northeast. The site is also within proximity to environmental corridors associated with the Niagara River and Black Creek. Schedule C1 identifies the watercourse as stream fish habitat and is classified as critical. There are no natural hazard areas on the subject lands identified on Schedule C1. It is noted that the watercourse and a 50-meter buffer from the watercourse are contained in blocks that are currently designated environmental protection. An extension of Simpson Lane and Black Creek Signature Phase 1 will extend over the watercourse area via boxed culvert. These areas are under the regulation of the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. Niagara Region and the NPCA were circulated for comments on this proposal, and both agencies did not object to the revised draft plan as no changes are being proposed to the watercourse blocks. Schedule D of the town's official plan identifies the subject lands as having archaeological potential. For the past several years, the owner has been working with licensed archaeologists to assess the site and clear it of archaeological resources. In early 2024, several Stage 3 archaeological assessments recommended Stage 4 assessments on several sites within the subject lands. These Stage 4 assessments will be underway shortly. Conditions of approval will be implemented to ensure archaeological resources are adequately addressed. So this slide illustrates the changes that are proposed as part of the official plan amendment. So part 1 on the illustration there in yellow is proposed to change from open space to low density residential. That area is intended for single detached dwellings. Part 2 in orange is proposed to change from low-density residential to medium-density residential. This area is proposed for street townhouse dwellings. Part 3 and Part 4, shown in green, are proposed to change from low-density residential and medium-density residential to open space. This area is intended for a municipal park. Part 5, light green on the very northeast corner, on the illustration is proposing to change from low-density residential to open space. This area is intended to form part of the block intended for a stormwater management pond and is proposed to also contain a pedestrian walkway to connect to Black Creek Road to the east. The other areas in the subject lands will retain the existing land use designations. The subject lands are currently zoned Environmental Conservation EC Overlay Zone in part, Hazard H335 Zone in part, Open Space OS 336 Zone in part, Open Space OS 562 Zone in part, Residential 2A Holding R2A H Zone in part, Residential Multiple 1 Holding RM1-560H Zone in part, and Residential 2A Holding R2A 563 Zone in part, in accordance with the town's comprehensive zoning bylaw 129-1990 as amended. So just to go over the uses that are permitted by the existing zoning, the R2A and R2A-563 zones, they permit single detached dwellings. The RM1-560 zone permits street townhouse dwellings. The OS 562 zone permits a municipal park. The open space 336 zone permits a stormwater management pond. And the H-335 zone contains the watercourse blocks and the 15-meter buffer. So this slide illustrates the zoning changes that are proposed as part of the zoning bylaw amendment. Part 1 in orange is proposed to change from residential 2A holding zone and residential multiple 1 holding RM1-568 zone to a site-specific residential multiple 1 zone. The intended use for these areas are street townhouses. Part 2 in yellow is proposed to change from residential 2A holding R2H zone, residential 2H holding R2A-563 zone, in open space OS-562 zone to a site-specific residential 2A R2A zone. The intended use for this area are single detached dwellings. Part 3 in green, located to the southwest, is proposed to change from residential 2A holding R2H zone, residential multiple 1 holding RM1-568 zone, in open space OS-562 zone to a site-specific open space OS zone. The intended use for this zone is a municipal park. Part 3 in green, which is located in the northeast corner, is proposed to change from residential 2A holding zone in open space OS 336 zone to a site-specific open space OS zone. The intended use for this zone is a stormwater management pond and a pedestrian walkway. So just to go over some of the site-specific zoning regulations that are proposed. Currently in the development, the RM1-560 zone permits street townhouse lots, interior lots with 180 square meters. The new zoning is not proposing to change that. The existing zoning permits lot areas for street townhouse corner lots at 270 square meters. The new zoning is proposing 215 square meters for corner lots. And the existing zoning permits maximum lot coverage for exterior street townhouses is 55%. The new zoning is proposing to keep that as well, exterior maximum lot coverage of 55% for exterior street townhouses. Next, this is the proposed zoning for the R2A zone, site-specific. Again, this would be for single detached dwellings. So the existing R2A zones on the site require 15 meters of lot frontage for a corner lot. The proposed zoning is proposing 13.8 meters for a corner lot. The existing zonings require a minimum lot area of 375 square meters. The new zoning is proposing 350 square meters. And the existing zoning has a mix of maximum building height. The R2A zone portions of the existing site permit 2.5 stories and 10.5 meters. There's a small area with R2A-563 zone, which permits 2.5 stories and 9 meters. Going forward, all of the proposed R2A zone areas are proposed to be 2.5 stories and 10.5 meters. These are the site-specific regulations for the proposed open space zones in the Phase 2 development. So the first change is to add a municipal park and a stormwater management facility as permitted uses. Secondly, they're proposing a minimum lot area of 4,400 square meters. The standard requirement is 8,000 square meters. The 4,400 square meters is required for the municipal park. These are the proposed concepts for the single detached dwellings, just to give council an idea of the intended built form. This is a site photo of the subject lands. This is looking east from Netherby Road into the site. This is looking north into the site, north of the watercourse. This is looking north, south of the watercourse from Simpson Lane. That wooded area you see there is the watercourse area. And this is looking west towards the watercourse from Simpson Lane. A public information open house was held in person in the atrium of Town Hall for this application on May 30th, 2024. From 5 to 6 p.m. for this proposal, all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands were notified of the information open house via a notice mailed by staff on Thursday, May 16th, 2024. The meeting was attended by over 9 members of the public, the owner, the agent, and town staff. So just to go over some of the issues that were raised at the information open house, there were some questions about the infrastructure capacity, including the Stevensville lagoons. Following application submission, staff completed a peer review of the functional servicing report, which confirmed that basically the downstream sanitary sewers do have capacity for the development. Staff also reached out to the region to confirm that there's capacity at the lagoon, and they have confirmed that there is capacity for this development. Another concern was increased traffic. A traffic brief was submitted as part of the application. All of the intersections, both in Phase 1 and the proposed ones in Phase 2, will be operating at a level of service of A or B. The main concern raised at the information open house was the second entrance to Netherby Road to ease traffic and to provide a second exit out of the development. Staff reached out to Niagara Region. This presumably any additional access point would be onto Netherby Road. Netherby Road is a regional road, so it's under their jurisdiction. They've confirmed that the proposed entrance, Street B in the development, is the only entrance that would meet sightline requirements from the curved portion of Netherby Road, and they would not be supportive of an additional access in the Phase 2 portion of the development. Just want to note that there is another entrance to Netherby Road in Phase 1 off of Mitchell Crescent, I believe it is, as well as an entrance to Baker Street to the south. Baker Road, I'm sorry. Finally, some concerns are raised about the pedestrian trail beside the stormwater pond, namely the location of the trail. Also, we received some comments that members of the public would like to see a pathway around the stormwater pond as opposed to just one connection to Black Creek Road. Staff will be exploring that further, and we'll speak to that in the future recommendation report. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van der Veen. Are there any members of council have any questions? Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Van der Veen. Thank you very much for your presentation this evening. I'm just wondering if you could pull up a slide with the site layout for the proposed revision. Yeah, that'll do. So the question I have is, do we know, because I believe it's a road allowance or an old utility right-of-way, do we know, is it CNP who owns the property immediately to the northeast, kind of along the stormwater pond and street where Street A kind of turns? I believe there's an empty right-of-way there, and I'm just wondering, is that CNP who owns that, or is that a private owner?
Through Mayor Redekop, Councillor Dubanow, I can confirm Canadian Niagara Power does own that corridor.
And if I may, Your Worship, have we had any discussions about perhaps utilizing that corridor either for an emergency access or another road access or along that road? I understand the municipality, we'd be looking at either purchasing or an easement access, but I know we've had some challenges with access to the area and some studies. I'm just wondering if that's something that has been looked at or something we can look at for feasibility going forward.
Oh, sorry. Through Mayor Redekop.
I see you taking notes.
Yeah, I was taking notes there. Yeah, we could explore it. To be honest, I think it would still run into issues with the sightline distance to the corner with Niagara Region, and we'd have to see if Canadian Niagara Power is even receptive to sale of those lands.
If I may, Your Worship, I wasn't actually thinking about it back to Netherby. I was thinking about it actually out to Black Creek Road.
Oh, okay. Noted.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, through you to Mr. Vanderveen. Thank you for your presentation. My first question is about the path around the stormwater management pond. I know some of the residents do want it to run along the stormwater management pond, but on the hydro, like that side as opposed to the residents. I think it would be a much nicer pathway also for anybody who's using it. So I'm hoping, I know you said it was going to be given some consideration, but I know that's one of their concerns that has been brought up. My other question is, I know that the region keeps telling us there's capacity at the lagoon. And in their 2021 master servicing plan, it was anticipated that they would reach 90% capacity at the end of 2026. So we're in 2024 now, this hasn't been built, and there's at least three other plans of subdivision. The region has told the same thing. Yes, there's capacity, yes, there's capacity. And I understand that from the region's own narrative, when they talk about it, that when they start heading towards a 75% capacity, they have to start planning for the alternative wastewater management facility. So since we're going to be at 90% in 2 years, we must probably be at 75, if not over 75. I'm concerned that we're telling all the different developers, or not us, but the region is telling all the different developers there's capacity. I know first come, first serve, and I know that they're not promising it. But I don't want to lead the different developers down the garden path, no pun intended, that there is capacity. When there may not even be capacity. Like they say yes to everybody who asks if there's capacity, so I am concerned about that, and I'm hoping that we can get some definite, more up-to-date figures, because this report was done in 2021, the master plan, and I think we've had a lot more development since that thing, and on top of that, if I can recall, the region had 106 whatever buildings in the leisure homes, when there's actually 366 or something like that. And they were anticipating that there would be one person less in 20 years for some odd reason, never explained. So that's a huge concern for me, and a huge concern for the residents who have already experienced basement sewer backups going to the pumping station. So that's hopefully we'll get more information on that when the final report comes to us. The other thing is that the water course that goes through, that's the same water course that the town had a challenge with, that we were going to put in 2 culverts across Black Creek Road. We had all the design done, et cetera, then we went to do it, and the neighbors when we had a meeting with neighbors, informed us that is a navigable waterway, and they were correct. So what our plans were, we had to kind of change them. And I think hopefully we're going to be going forward something this fall, but we had to change our plans. So where this crosses, and they're thinking of putting a box culvert, is that part of the creek or the tributary or the branch, whatever you want to call it, also considered a navigable waterway?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Noyes, I'd have to check and see the designation for navigable waterway, but I heard you make that, you commented that the information to open house. I heard that from members of the public as well. Just want to note that the NPCA will be responsible for reviewing whatever, bridge or culvert gets built over there. So I'm sure they would ensure that, it remains as is, especially being classified as critical stream fish habitat. However, the agent may be able to provide you with some more information as well on the design of that culvert for the crossing over the watercourse.
Okay, I would appreciate that information. I guess my last question is Simpson Road, now that's coming down through. Will that, I think it'll answer the problem of access, egress and that, if that road has to be completed and joined into the already existing, plan of subdivision that's already finished. What is the timeline? Like, I don't kind of want to build 90% of it and not have that road opened. Is there any way that we can put a timeline saying, okay, that has to be a priority, that has to be finished, so that there is the other access? Because they can go down Simpson and connect again, and then there's another connection to Netherby Road. Is there any way that we can put a timeline to make sure that road is completed?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Noyes, we could certainly look into that. The agent may be able to provide some more info on that as well, but if not, we can definitely speak to that in the recommendation report.
Okay, actually, there is one more question. On the townhouses that back onto Netherby Road, is that going to be, is the front going to be facing Street A, or is the front of the townhouses facing Netherby Road?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Noyes, all of the townhouses will be facing onto Street A, and the backyards facing Netherby Road.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Vanderveen. Are there sidewalks planned for this subdivision?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Flagg, yes, I believe it's the town's standard requirement that sidewalks be installed on one side for new development.
And if I may continue, the park, does it meet the percentage, the new proposed park, does it meet the percentage of parkland dedication that would be necessary for this new development?
Through Mayor Redekop to Councillor Flagg, staff is going to have a little bit more discussion with the developer on that. There has been some funds provided for cash in lieu of parkland dedication, although and staff are willing, to hear what council has to say in regard to parkland requirements. But we still, I think, need to take a closer look as to what staff would like to see and what we'd recommend to council for that park.
Councillor Flagg.
I think that's it. I'll be looking forward to seeing that recommendation. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Vanderveen, just to go back to Councillor Noyes' comments, the original plan, the current plan, shows the extension of Simpson Street over the watercourse. And that's been approved by the MPCA?
To Mayor Redekop, in concept, they did support it in the original draft approved plan. It will be subject to an MPCA work permit, so they will be re-reviewing it. But we did not receive any major objections to that crossing. They noted that essentially the watercourse block is being retained as is from the original submission.
The current plan, I presume, complies with the zoning in the secondary plan?
To Mayor Redekop, there are a couple changes, which is why an official plan amendment is required.
The current plan, does it comply with the secondary plan? Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so this this revision is really, in essence, it's a new application, isn't it? It's a complete revision of the plan that was previously approved.
To Mayor Redekop, yes, it essentially would be, it's a revision of the existing draft plan.
So the density is increased from 94 total units to 135, which is almost 50%. Were there any discussions with the developer about having the parkland and the stormwater management pond in proximity as opposed to two separate blocks spread apart?
Mayor Redekop, that's one of the things we need to kind of have further discussion on. There were discussions. Unfortunately, the community planning staff we had at the time has moved on. So we sort of need to double back and just kind of confirm what was discussed and agreed upon. So we will, that's one of the focuses of the recommendation report.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Thank you very much, Councillor Noyes.
Thank you. Just adding on to Mayor Redekop, when you're talking about the park, I don't, if my understanding is correct, the residents who live on Black Creek Road would like the park closer to them and less houses backing onto their property. So if that can be done, that would be a win-win, because then it would connect with the stormwater management pond at the same time, and you'd have a lot more area to do something with.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vanderveen.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so we're going to go to the proponent or the proponent's agent, and whether Mr. Highcoop is here. There he is. Good evening, Mr. Highcoop.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Thank you for having me. I do have a PowerPoint presentation I'm hoping to deliver to you this evening. If that could be brought up. Thank you. So as you indicated, my name is William Highcoop. I'm the planning manager with Upper Canada Consultants, representing the owners for this development application for Black Creek Signature Phase 2. As noted, the applications included official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and red line revision to the draft plan of subdivision. Daryl's done a good job providing an overview of the subject land, so I'm not going to go through those same details, but I will point out that the Phase 2 area is 8.86 hectares or 21.89 acres in size and is currently vacant. Here you can see an outline of the property limits within the context of the surrounding community. Here is the original draft plan of subdivision for the subject lands. On the left-hand side, you can see Phase 1, which has been registered and implemented, that construction has largely been completed for. On the right-hand side, you can see the Phase 2 area. As Daryl indicated, the original plan had 14 on-street townhouses and 18 lots for single attached dwellings, including the stormwater management pond, park, and environmental protection area associated with the creek. Here are the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment schedules that have been proposed to facilitate the design of the plan. Daryl has additionally gone through those, so I'm grateful for his explanation, including the details with the proposed zoning bylaw. Just to recap those, we're looking to reduce the frontage on the corner lots from 15 meters to 13.8 meters, but the interior lots will be maintaining the R2A 12-meter frontage requirement. Similarly, on those single detached lots, we're looking for a minor reduction to the proposed lot area from 375 square meters to 350 square meters. Then for the RM1 zoning, we're looking to keep the similar zoning provisions there also, but looking for a decrease for the lot area for the corner townhouses and maintaining that same lot coverage for them. And then also the adjustments to the park and open space blocks. So just to provide an overview of the proposed plan, you can see a color demonstration plan here that we've provided. So in total, there's 13 blocks totaling 62 street townhouse dwellings. You can see them located on the west side along Netherby Road and south side adjacent to the watercourse blocks. There you can see the watercourse blocks. The existing 100-year floodplain elevation is in the lighter green color, and we'll touch on that a little bit later when we talk about the box culvert. There are there is one block for a park, as you can see there. One of the major adjustments to this park location is that it actually fronts on 3 streets, which is a beneficial from a safety and eyes on the park location. We also felt it prudent to try and maintain the similar park location. I know there's been some discussion about having it adjacent to the stormwater management pond, but we felt like this location provided a balanced location, also benefiting the existing residents in Phase 1 who this park was intended for. Overall, we have a proposed increase in 41 dwelling units, which is actually about 30% of an increase on the overall plan. So as indicated, the plan has 2 connections to the existing street network. We have Simpson Lane. The original draft plan approval had that crossing of the watercourse, and then similarly the similar location of Street B coming to Netherby Road as required by the sightline distances with the curve in Netherby Road. So aside from those changes, we did modify the street network. We were able to modify the entry. Previously, the entry, you came in on a short stub street that made a really tight corner. So we've extended that street through to Simpson Lane, which will greatly improve connectivity within the neighborhood and guide residents of this neighborhood through to Netherby Road rather than through the existing residential area, and we feel like that's a much better street network. You can see here the stormwater management facility is in the same location, albeit minorly increased in size to accommodate the proposed walkway and trail. I know we've had some comments at the public information meeting about adjusting that location, which we are open to and have advised the resident of that. And we look forward to continuing to work with staff in that nature. Overall, the draft plan of subdivision, red line revision, if it were to be approved, would be subject to updated conditions of approval that would be similar to what we have, the situation we have today, which we would be required to complete the detailed engineering design and go through that approval process with town staff ahead of being able to construct the site and ultimately build the dwellings. Those things include typical roadway, sewer designs, landscaping plans, hydro lighting, things of that nature. Now, speaking specifically to the box culvert and the 100-year floodplain, it is ultimately going to be required through the detailed design process that we do not obstruct the 100-year floodplain flows so that there is no backwater effects implicating or obstructing, causing issues for Netherby Road. So we have to make sure there's an adequate size that those storm waters continue to be conveyed without those controls. So in terms of the supporting studies that were submitted with the application, we did submit a number of archaeological assessments. So that's really the main reason why this phase is coming in later. There was a significant investment into clearing the existing archaeological sites. And so a lot of that work has been undertaken since Phase 1 has been constructed. As Darrell indicated, there are 2 sites that we have to go through a Stage 4 assessment for, so that's being undertaken right now. It's been an extremely wet couple months, and unfortunately that has delayed things. But ultimately, we feel confident that we will be able to get those clearances from the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Sport. We also completed a tree inventory and preservation plan to assess the existing trees on site and to ensure that no shared boundary trees will be negatively impacted by the development. We completed an updated transportation brief and sightline assessment of the entries to Netherby Road and the existing intersections. As Darrell indicated, they all met a level of service A or B. And lastly, we completed an updated functional servicing and stormwater management report to ensure that the increased units are accounted for. That included the town's third-party modeling consultant to confirm that those sufficient capacities are in place. Here you can see some building renderings of the proposed buildings. So the intention with the proposed dwellings is to incorporate traditional built form, but then also bring it into the current times with some enhanced architectural facade treatments and color schemes to ensure that everything has a pleasant appearance, but yet respecting and being harmonious with the existing Black Creek community. So overall, in summary, we have a development proposal for an official plan zoning bylaw amendment and a red line revision to the existing draft plan of subdivision. With these various components, in the end, we'll see a community with 73 single detached dwellings, 62 street townhouses, a parkland block, a stormwater management facility, and protection of the significant environmental features. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm certainly here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haiku. Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, through you to Mr. Huggo. Thank you for your presentation. Going back to the 2017 plan, where I can see the park on there. Is the park that was recommended in 2017 the same size or bigger? How's the size changed, if any?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Noyes. So the original park was larger. So it was originally sized at 6.1% of the entire development, which exceeded the Planning Act's parkland dedication requirement. So following pre-consultation, we did have some meetings with staff members, unfortunately are no longer here. But through that exercise, it was concluded that the park should be reduced to meet the parkland dedication requirements so that the town would not have to buy additional land off of my client. As was required through the registration of phase one, a cash in lieu payment was made for the parkland requirement that hadn't been completed in phase two. So through those discussions, the park was sized at 5% of the phase two area. So I understand that staff are investigating that further and may have some different ideas, but that's where we left off with the previous staff member at the time, and that's the fashion that we submitted the plan based on those discussions.
If I can continue, thank you. You lost me a little bit there. So in 2017, it was, okay, phase one and phase two, when they were looking at the parkland dedication, they were looking at both parts, right? Like they're looking at part one, part two, and this is how big the park's going to be.
That's right, yep.
Right? So phase one doesn't have any park.
Correct.
Okay. So now we have a new owner, a new developer, and now the park, okay, when you say it's 5%, is it 5% of phase two, or is it 5% of phase one and two?
So I through you, Mr. Mayor, I can clarify that. So the original park was 6.1% of phase one and phase two. The park you see in front of you here this evening is 5% of phase two.
Okay, so so phase one, that's pretty much built. What happened to the parkland dedication for phase one?
So there was a cash in lieu payment made for that, and there was a 5-year timeline associated with that. So I'm not sure if staff have cashed that payment yet, but should the town decide not to do that, there would be an opportunity to make an adjustment. But again, this is something that we had meetings with staff. Unfortunately, they're not here anymore, but we had meetings and had come up with this arrangement.
Okay, and I understand that there's going to be further discussion on this. I would be interested to see how that comes. I don't know when the payment was made, but the first plan was in 2017, so I would imagine we're looking at the 5 years coming down.
Yeah, I believe it was registered back in 2021 or late 2020. So that would have been the timing on the Parkland cash in lieu payment.
Okay, I can ask that question from staff. Thank you.
Any other members of council? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one quick question. The timeline for the developer, if they have the approval in the timeline being presented, how soon would this proposed development be moving to construction?
Through Mr. Mayor, so right now we're completing all the stage 4 archaeological works this summer. Should we get approval from yourselves, we'd move into the detailed engineering design over the fall and winter. And ideally, if things go well, we'd be planning to start this coming spring.
If I may continue, Your Worship. So if, obviously a recommendation report will be coming back, but if council were to put a 2 or 3 year sunset clause on this application, that would also not interfere with the client's proposed plans, as you've mentioned, correct?
That is correct. However, I think from my perspective, sure, it doesn't matter, but I am aware of the Planning Act requirements for that, and my understanding is you do need the minister's approval to put those sunset clauses in the zoning. So again, I'm not objecting to that, but I would encourage that investigation.
Thank you.
Any other members? So Mr. Haiku, just to be clear, we have a perfectly good plan of subdivision approved in 2017. And now this is essentially a whole new different plan of subdivision. It happens to be on the same land, but other than that, the water course is the same, and I guess some of the streets are the same, but for all intents and purposes, this has changed quite a bit.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the stormwater management facility is also in the same location as the environmental blocks, as you noted. The road pattern has been modified a little bit. As you can see, we've added a third roadway in. One of the benefits of that roadway allows us to further phase things if necessary from an archaeological perspective, specifically the area on the left-hand side of Street A to the south. There is archaeological site 2 there, which is a large site that needs to be undertaken. So this plan accounts for an increased unit yield, which makes the development a little bit more viable. It increases the amount of townhouses, which brings down some of the sale prices of the units. And we feel it's a better park location in terms of the exposure to the street. So I think there's several reasons that we've come forward with this change on, and we feel it's appropriate and meets the planning policies. In the end, I think it's putting forward a balance, and I know 2017 doesn't seem like that long ago, but here we are 7 years later.
So you've mentioned that the townhouses would be sold at a lower cost. Any likelihood that any of these units would be affordable within the definition now established?
No, not within the definition established. Based on the cost of construction and what it would take to service this, we're looking at coming to market in the low 600s. And that would range depending on the unit type and finishes up until somewhere in the 800s. I know a lot of the units in phase 1 of the subdivision, the builder that we had there was more of a higher end luxury builder, so they were quite a bit more expensive. So with some of these changes, we're also seeing larger lots go slightly a bit smaller, not to the extent that you've seen and are starting to come forward in other developments. We're still maintaining the 12-meter frontage on the single detached dwellings. But yeah, it's about that balance we're trying to create from a market perspective.
And aside from the revision here, there's also a request for some modifications of some of the zoning requirements. So corner lots, smaller size, smaller frontage?
Yes, and essentially when we do that, when you have an exterior side yard is larger than an interior side yard, and so often when frontages are calculated in bylaws, they just add that to the lot frontage. But in reality, the smaller, the interior lots also have an interior side yard. So the way that we've structured this is all the dwellings are the exact same frontage and size. So it gives us a little bit more of a comparable price point for those corner units to the same as the interior units. So generally speaking, from a desirability perspective, most people don't like corner lots. They tend to go last from a sales perspective. And so when you have the bigger, more expensive house on the corner, it makes it even more difficult to sell. So that's really the differential with that frontage, is we're trying to get the same size of house, so you're not seeing a spike when you get to the costing of those corner lots.
So how much of a spike would there be between 13.8 meters and 15 meters, 1.2 meters?
Well, we're talking about an additional 6 feet in width on the building at approximately $250 a square foot times the depth. We're into, some quick math off the top of my head, thousands of dollars at least.
So you've got a street B in your plan, and street B has condo units, both north and south. I don't know if you've got it, yeah.
I'm sorry, they're freehold street towns.
Beg pardon?
I'm sorry, they're freehold street towns, so they would be individually owned, not condo.
Sorry, they're townhouses, correct. And they're going to be freehold, but it's the same thing. So you've got, coming on to Street B off of Netherby Road, you've got a house a townhouse right on the corner, and 3 more right beside it. Does that not cause any concern?
No, and that's a good question, because that's something that I was originally concerned with when we looked at it. So when we did the traffic study, I posed that question to Paradigm Transportation Solutions Limited, the transportation engineer, and they calculated that at least 3 larger vehicles would be able to queue before that first driveway. And based on the level of service that we have going out to Netherby Road, there's less than a 30-second wait condition under that. So they felt that driveway location would not be an impediment coming in and out.
Well, I guess that's reassuring if you were to believe that, but I'm more concerned about cars coming off in Netherby and somebody trying to get in or out of that little driveway. The original plan, the current plan, has 1 parcel, I believe, there. So it's 1, presumably, residential unit, lot 42, I believe.
That's correct.
And so 1 driveway could be positioned who knows where, but certainly not very close, I wouldn't think, to Netherby Road. Anyways, that was just a concern that I had. Thanks very much, Mr. Heikoop. I've got some questions of staff as well. Councillor Dubanow and then Councillor Noyes.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just as you were talking about the properties on Netherby Road there, it kind of prompted a question, and through you, just wondering if what kind of landscaping or are they proposing a fence or a sound barrier or a brick wall, or are they proposing anything like that along the rear property lines facing Netherby Road? What are you planning on putting there? Because it kind of goes to the corner lot question as well.
Yeah, so typically the region would ask for a noise study for if there's traffic that would require some type of noise attenuation. The existing level of traffic on Netherby Road did not hit that trigger for us to do the noise study on that, so there's no, fence requirement from a regional perspective on that. That being said, it's likely through the builder's process that they will offer fencing as an opportunity for the end purchasers should they wish to do so. But ultimately, the region will require that there's extensive landscaping along that interface. So that would include mostly boulevard trees.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you. Councillor Dubanow did ask one of my questions about the fencing along Netherby. The backyard coverages, I'm looking at some of these, looking at the different things, and are any of the backyards, are you going to come back to us and ask for any variances in regards to the size of the backyards?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, we're not proposing to change the rear yard setback. There's a current rear yard setback of 6 meters, which is kind of the standard, so we're not looking to change that.
Okay, thank you. Just curiosity, number 8, a tiny little, it's like half the size of the other ones.
Sorry, lot number 8?
Lot number 8. Just curious.
Yeah, so that's a triangular lot. That's really a result of the geometry of the Canadian Niagara Power lands. So one of the things that we wanted to do was to square up the roadways and make them a little bit straighter instead of having to jog through the subdivision. And I think that's one of the benefits of this new plan comparing the old plan is you don't have to make a roundabout way internal through the subdivision to get to the exit. Excuse me. So that unfortunately was a remnant lot. So it actually has quite a bit bigger area in frontage to compensate for the awkward geometry. So we have over 30 meters of frontage on that and an area of 500 meters squared, whereas most of the other lots are in the 300s, ranging up into the 400s. So that lot size really has been designed to compensate for that awkward geometry.
Okay, thank you. I just think the house is going to be quite small, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Hopefully that one will be affordable.
Yeah, typically what happens on those lots is they're a custom. Just because of that geometry, you can't take your range of different styles and variations within that style. So you've got to come up something specific for that lot.
Anyone else? Thank you very much, Mr. Haiku.
Thank you.
So at this point, I'll ask if there's anyone in the audience that wishes to, other than the proponent, who wishes to speak in favor of the application. Mr. Patton, is there anyone in the digital waiting room that wishes to address council in favor of the application?
Your Worship, there is one person in there. I'm give them a second to see their hand is up.
Okay. Okay, then I'm going to go to anyone who wishes to speak in opposition or to address council with respect to the matter, and I'll start with Mr. Hunter.
Please.
Good evening, Mr. Hunter.
Good evening. Is there a 10-minute time limit on this? I know I've talked before. It's 10 minutes?
There is, I don't want to encourage you, Mr. Hunter, there is no time, but there is no time limit in a public meeting, but it would be best if you appreciate the fact that we have a attention span.
I understand. I just want to know how fast I need to talk.
Fast enough so that we can understand you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, councillor, staff, members of the public, my name is Greg Hunter. I'm a lifelong resident of Fort Erie. I've lived in Black Creek for 23 years. There's 6 things I'd like to bring to your attention tonight. First, I'll talk about the sewer main along Black Creek Road and River Trail. I'd like to talk about the access roads, lot grading. There's a pond on the property, the stormwater management pond and park, and some trees which were planted beneath the power lines. First, I'll talk about the sewage main. This is a screen capture I got from the Niagara Region's 2021 Water and Wastewater Master Servicing Plan. And you'll see along Black Creek Road and River Trail there's a red line that leads to the Douglastown sewage pumping station. And this report, if it's identified in red, as you can see in the legend here, this means it's a surcharging sewer with basement flooding risk. And we've seen that actually happen a few times in previous years. In fact, on March 31st of 2022, there's an article in Niagara Falls Review where they interviewed some of the people who live in the Douglastown area that are actually attached to that exact same sewer main where they ended up with raw sewage in their basement. The consultant for the proponent has said that at a peak water flow, they would expect to add 39.6% of the full capacity of the pipe to that existing sewer pipe which goes along Black Creek Road. And as I've shown, we've already seen that there's sewage backup problems. This is where it would be added. And it just, to me, this looks like it's going to be a huge problem if it goes ahead. I also noticed that there's 2 different consultants which have done the analysis for this. The proponent's consultant, under the functional service review, used 3 people per unit. The town's consultant, which is GMBP, they use different numbers, 2.59 and 1.81 people per unit. Whereas the town of Fort Erie subdivision guidelines say that they should use 4 people per unit. And it kind of surprises me that they seem to use whatever numbers they want and you're going to get whatever answers you want. And it shouldn't be that way. The proponent's consultant recognizes that the sewage pumping station needs to be upgraded or we will end up with sewage surcharging upstream. And the region recognizes that as well. This is from their 2021 wastewater master plan. They've actually penciled it in for being completed in the 2037 to 2041 timeframe. So if this subdivision starts in 2025, it's likely that that is going to have to be moved up. And at the time, the region had estimated that the cost would be $2.48 million, and it'll probably be more now. Now I'll talk about the access and egress. You can see that in the map here, there's only 2 roads which go in or out of the proposed subdivision. Douglastown only has 2 access and egress roads, and for the past 4 or 5 years, the town's been working to try and identify a 3rd access and egress route. And council is being asked to consider approving this new subdivision, which only has 2 access roads. And I think that's a problem. Now I'll talk about lot grading. This is a photograph of a house that was built as part of the Black Creek Signature Phase 1. You'll see that there's quite a steep slope there in the side yard. It's actually a 2.7 meter drop. And I noticed when I read the stormwater management plan for the Black Creek Signature Phase 2, it said that lot grading will be kept as flat as practical in order to slow down stormwater and encourage infiltration. And you can see that that definitely wasn't the case in Phase 1. And I'm not bringing this up to cause anybody any problems, but I'm just bringing it up because there's lots in Phase 2 which may experience the same problem. This is the town's lot grading bylaw, 252-92. And it says there at the bottom, underlined in green, notwithstanding the above, elevation changes exceeding 1 meter in height shall require a retaining structure. Now, you remember from that picture, it was a 2.7 meter drop, but there was no retaining structure in place. And I don't know if it was an oversight or what happened, but I just want to make the developer aware that in phase 2, they may need to build some retaining structures in order to comply with the town's lot grading bylaw. And I don't know if that thing in phase 1 needs to be fixed, but there it is. And the lots that I think will have a problem are these ones right along here. They're right along the tributary which leads into Black Creek. And if there's anywhere that we want to slow down the stormwater runoff, it would be into a tributary which goes into a creek. Now I'll talk about the pond that's on the property. One of my neighbors mentioned this to me, and I looked it up. This is the photograph. I read all of the reports for the subdivision, and nowhere does it mention anything about a pond on the property. And I don't know if you have to do some analysis of that pond. Is the pond fed by a natural spring? If so, will it create problems with water in basements of new homes built on this spot? And I'll just tell you an example of a friend of mine who built a house on Ferndale. He built it in an empty lot. He built it right on top of a spring, and he has 3 sump pumps which run almost constantly to keep the water out of his basement. And I'm just bringing this up now so that if somebody needs to look at it, now's the time to look at it, because I sure wouldn't want to have that problem. Are there fish that live in that pond? And I'll just ask the question, could that pond be integrated with the stormwater management pond and park? The stormwater management pond, with regard to the town's subdivision guidelines, it says that the stormwater management pond shall be a neighborhood feature. A 3-meter wide pedestrian walkway will be required. It says required. It's not a request. It's not a statement. Around the top of the slope along the perimeter of the facility. This is the proposed design of the stormwater management pond as it is. You'll see that there's only one concrete sidewalk on one side of the pond, and it's not a neighborhood feature. This is the stormwater management pond that we got with the River Trail Estates, which I think is beautiful. It includes a handicapped accessible path. It includes park benches, a gazebo, the pond obviously, trees and shrubs, and it's gathering place for local residents. If we could somehow take the design like this and drop it into the phase 2 plan, I think that would be a great thing. And the last thing I'll talk about are the trees. This was done as part of Black Creek Signature Phase 1 along Baker Road, and you'll see that they planted a whole line of brand new trees directly beneath power lines. And to me, this looks like this is a problem coming in the future. And I don't know if there's a similar situation in phase 2. I don't know if this needs to be fixed in phase 1, but I'm bringing it up because I see it as being a potential problem in the future. And one other thing I'll add, I have an extra slide after this which talks about the sewage lagoon. I wasn't going to talk about the sewage lagoon tonight, but I think I can answer some questions if you'd like. So I'll open it up for questions on the first part.
Why don't you go to your next slide?
Okay.
So we'll get that dealt with too.
Okay, so first I'll comment on Councillor Noyes' question about the 90% capacity in 2026. I actually saw that today when I was reading the report, and I think it's a typographical error in the council package. It should say 2036. So the other thing is, you'll see here, and this is good news, you know, I've done presentations about this sewage lagoon before. You'll notice that the volume of sewage which flows into the lagoon actually decreased between 2019 and 2023, which is a good thing. And I think that probably is mostly the result of sealing up leaks in the system, and maybe Mr. Walsh can comment on that a little bit. But also, we didn't have developers draining their basements into the sanitary sewer system, as we saw with one of the other developments. So last week, I just did some rough math on this, and I figured that starting from where we are now, all the developments which have been approved, like Spring Creek Estates and this one, and the one on Hendershot and the one on Stevensville Road, they could actually all get built. But the one thing that's an unknown is the commercial on Town Line Road. I don't know if anybody knows how much sewage that's going to produce, but all those residential things will consume all the capacity. And what I'm afraid of is somebody's going to be left out at the end. If they come up, the last guy in line is going to be out of luck. That's it.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Can I just add one thing? And I don't know if developers know this, and it was something that Mr. Hurlovich said when I did the presentation about the Spring Creek Estates. He said that developers are not guaranteed access to that sewage lagoon until they apply for building permits. So they could spend millions of dollars putting infrastructure in the ground, and then when they come to the town and ask for a building permit, the town may say no.
Well, be the region that would say no. Before I go to questions, Mr. Hunter, thank you very much for your comments. We need your address for the record.
3735 Sussex Lane.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Hunter? Okay, so that's how complete you were in terms of the issues that you've raised. They've captured, I think, many of our concerns as well. So thank you very much, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Yeah, we really don't do that here. We do that if you win an award. If you go to high school and you win an award, you can clap. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council with respect to this matter? Yeah, it's hard to add anything to Mr. Hunter's presentation. It's a very good job. And we very much appreciate that. You've done this on many occasions, and we appreciate that. Mr. Patton, can you tell me if there's anyone in the digital waiting room that wishes to address council on this?
Your Worship, the hand of the person just went up.
Okay, so bring that person into the into the meeting.
Hello, Mr. Mayor?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for taking my question.
So we can't see you, but we can hear you.
You can hear?
So
Okay.
can we have your name and address, please, for the record?
Sure. It's Vince Quaranta, 3833 Simpson Lane.
And how do you spell your last name?
Quaranta.
Okay. Please proceed, Mr. Caranta.
Thank you. Just a couple questions in regards to the amendment here. I do notice that on Street B, there are a total of about 20 homes that back onto the water course. Like Mr. Hunter presented in his fantastic presentation, by the way, it seems to me that there is a large area of that land that is now going to be prepared for dwellings, which raises the question again, as Mr. Hunter presented, how much land will be available for infiltration regarding during stormwater events for that water course? If those flows are upped as a result of those dwellings, does the floodplain change? Does that alter any plans as far as the bridge is concerned? They'll be constructed on Simpson Lane. That's my one of my questions.
Okay.
And as well, the 20 homes that are now going to be constructed on Street B, on the main entranceway from Netherby, will present certain problems I foresee in regards to parking. As many people who have visited areas where there are blocks of townhomes in sequence, the amount of cars and vehicles parked on the road is quite substantial. Having 20 homes facing Street B with very limited parking on both sides, considering one side is a park, that presents some problems with the entranceway on Street B, I think, from Netherby Road. So that was another concern that I had kind of just drawn up here over the course of my review of the proposed amendment.
Yeah, no, those are appreciated points, Mr. Karanta. Is there anything else that you wanted to say?
Yes, and then thirdly, the block 87, the park that is going to be constructed in this phase 2, it is bordered by 3 streets. All 3 streets are the main entranceway into the subdivision. So I'm concerned about the traffic flow around the park where children will be playing and accessing. The original plan does have one. The facade of the park is serviced by one street, with the surrounding. I believe it's surrounded by dwellings on the other 3 sides of that park. So my concern was, I know that the applicant has proposed that it is a safety feature to have all 3 sides available for viewing. I'm concerned about the traffic flow around that park where children will be playing.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Anything further?
Yeah. I believe. Sorry, just going to take a look at that.
Okay.
No, I think those are my 3 major points. Was the townhomes mainly constructed on Street B there from the entranceway. I know that the original plan as well had almost a traffic calming feature in the entranceway where it actually turned into a curve and serviced the rest of the proposed subdivision. So the traffic flow seems to be altered by that. It was altered since then with that natural calming feature eliminated by the continuation of Street B from Netherby.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Karanta. Did any members of council have any questions of Mr. Karanta? No, thank you very much, sir. And those are the questions that you've raised will be considered by staff as they go through the matter.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And council as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Patton, that's it for anybody in the digital waiting room? Yes, Your Worship. Mr. Clerk, has anybody submitted anything to us with respect to this application since the report was prepared?
Your Worship, no additional comments were received.
Okay, then I'm going to declare this public meeting closed, and we're going to proceed to report PDS 47, and Councillor Christensen, you have a resolution in that regard to put this on the floor.
Yes, Your Worship, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Lewis, that Council receives for information purposes report PDS 47-2024 regarding the proposed revised plan of subdivision and combined official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for Black Creek Signature Phase 2 subdivision.
Questions or comments? Councillor Noyes and then Councillor Dubanow.
Well, thank you, Mayor Redekop. I know that when we accept this, we're just accepting this for information purposes. I think there's a number of questions that we're looking for answers for. Particularly, again, I would think the capacity for wastewater, and also I'm curious about the park, how it kind of changed from phase 1 to phase 2, but also the increase, I think, that 41 new homes. You would think that the park should be bigger, not smaller, when you're adding 41 new homes. I'm still concerned about the water course that goes through there and what limitations they're going to put on. And I know it's Niagara Conservation that's going to be doing that, but at the same point, we may have to put a little fire under them to make sure that we do get the answers, so we can make a good decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I have the very similar concerns about the size of the park, and I've kind of been thinking about this over a little bit, and it's kind of a similar situation where I've had in the past with information reports. Is there's certain issues that I have concerns about that are almost showstoppers, in my opinion, that we need to find a way to resolve to move forward for me to support it. So I'm looking at this plan here, and I appreciate where the developer's coming, trying to find ways to be innovative, try to get some more units out of the property they have available. The cost of construction has gone up. I get that. As much as I am concerned about the number of townhomes throwing off our housing mix, I want to give the developer a bit of credit. They didn't completely throw out every single in the subdivision. They reduced the number, but it wasn't an obscene number, in my opinion, in order to fit these in. And I think, looking at it from a site plan perspective, if you're looking to get houses that are more affordable, it makes sense to do townhomes backing them onto a road. I question whether backing them onto the creek makes sense, but I digress. But, you know, this was originally planned as one single subdivision. It was a phase 1 and it was a phase 2. And we had a park set up, and we don't have a park in phase 1 because the park was supposed to be part of phase 2, and it was 6% of phase 1 and phase 2. And now we're coming back and we're finding out that the new park is 5% of only phase 2. And I can't support that. You know, the mayor talked earlier tonight about all the investments we're making in our parks and our community spaces. And the Sugar Bowl is probably an example of an anchor park in this community that attracts a lot of individuals. We now have Douglas Park on Bertie Street in Ward 2, another kind of very, you know, feature park. Having something that's a little larger in this space, perhaps if we can find a way to integrate it in with the stormwater management pond, a connection to Black Creek Road for pedestrians, I think this would be a feature for the entire Black Creek community. I don't think we should be putting a smaller park here. I think we need to maintain something that is at least the 5%. And if they do have to take units away, in order to facilitate that larger park, I'm going to say right now, they have to be townhomes, not singles, because our entire matrix of the ratio of townhomes to singles is completely out of whack. If there's concerns about that townhouse unit on the corner, you know, maybe we can investigate a semi there instead. There's lots of ways that I think we can make this work that's going to be agreeable to what we're looking for at council. And the developer, I'm sure, can have those discussions. The one issue I wanted to raise, and I want to do this in a very sensitive way because I understand there's a lot of competing interests there. I would encourage staff, if they haven't already, to possibly look at reaching out to Canadian Niagara Power and seeing if they have any long-term plans for that right-of-way strip that they own there. I don't believe it's heavily utilized for power right now. There could be infrastructure underground, and that's fine. But we may have an opportunity to do, if not a road, and I can understand why we wouldn't want a road because Black Creek is a very small, narrow road, but perhaps an emergency access or something that we can utilize in the case of roads being blocked. This has been a concern that we've had in this community for quite some time. And even an emergency access may, you know, that we can, you know, put a chain there so, you know, pedestrians can use it, cyclists can use it, but you're not going to have the car traffic going in and out. You know, the fire department can open it up if something happens. I think that might be worthwhile to look at if CMP is agreeable. So my thoughts on this, again, going back to, you know, what I'm looking for to support this application at a recommendation report is to come closer to restoring the size of the park, ensuring that we don't eliminate any singles by bringing the size of that park back up. Looking at the corner, maybe, you know, a semi or something there, just interfacing with Netherby Road to address some of those concerns. And reaching out to CMP, at least to get an answer from them on, you know, maybe utilizing that as an emergency access. And if we can come to an agreement on that, we'll see what the recommendation report says, and we'll go from there. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Councillor Dubanow. Anyone else? Ms. Delwaria, the presentation by Mr. Hunter made reference to a pond in the middle of this parcel. And I presume that'd be something that staff would look into further?
Yes, Your Worship, they would look into that.
Couple of reasons. Number one, I don't know if it's significant. I know there's been an EIS done on this property, but Mr. Hunter suggested that perhaps that could be integrated with the stormwater management pond, which could be integrated with some of the parkland that's about to be given. So perhaps staff could look into that. Mr. Courant raised, I think, an interesting point with respect to parking, with respect to all of the various townhomes, because there's very little space for anyone to park on these streets, and also B, with respect to parking for the proposed location of the park. Any comments on that?
Worship, that was a good point raised by the resident. We can definitely look into that, how we can resolve or mitigate any conflicts that would happen. We would look we could discuss that and bring it back at the recommendation stage.
And with respect to the situation with the park, Mr. Vanderveen indicated that there's some discussions going on between the town and the agent for the proponent with respect to Phase 1, Phase 2, size of the park, et cetera. That's ongoing?
That's correct, Your Worship.
And I think those are the questions that I had. And I do presume that staff will be taking a good look at Mr. Hunter's presentation and addressing that when they get to the recommendation stage.
Yes, Your Worship, we would have a look at it, yes.
Okay. If there are no further questions, I'm going to call the question with respect to information, the information report. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, so that is carried. Just so the public is aware, this now means that staff will review everything that's been said during this public meeting, the questions and issues raised by members of council, and then when they prepare the recommendation report, that's when council will make a final decision as to whether to approve or not approve this plan or whatever changes might occur between now and then. Okay, that takes us then to the consent agenda. Are there any items that anyone wishes removed from the consent agenda? Councillor Noyes?
Yes, I would like the minutes of the regular council meeting of May 27th, 2024, because I need to make a correction there.
Sure. So we'll deal with that separately. Anyone else?
Well,
Yep, go ahead.
there was also 11.3.7, the Museum and Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee. I just have some questions on that.
Okay, don't have to take it out of the package for you to ask questions.
Fair enough, okay.
Okay, so Councillor Flagg, if you would proceed with the motion to put the consent agenda on the floor with the exception of item 11.1.1.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott. The council approves the consent agenda with the exception of 11.3, I'm sorry, 11.3.1?
11.1.1.
11.1.1, thank you.
Okay, so that's on the floor. Councillor Noyes, you had some questions.
Yes, I just wanted to, so 11.1.1 is not on the floor yet?
Right.
Okay, so my question is about 11.3.7, the Museum of Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee. I see that, that there were 3 recommendations from the Museum of Cultural Heritage Advisory Committee in regards to designating property. One was 1447 Ridge Road that does not appear to be on here. We have 164 and 304. So I'm just wondering what happened to 1447. It was also in the recommendation, like in their minutes.
Yeah, Ms. Dewari, would you know that?
Your Worship, my understanding that it was 304 was brought in only because they had made the change to the interior features, but I don't know about the other ones.
So, Mr. Todd, you can see that there were, within the minutes of the meeting, there were recommendations, one of which did relate to 1447 Ridge Road. Should that have been something that we should be dealing with here?
Sorry, Your Worship, which item in the minutes are you referring to?
So it's on page 3 of the minutes, and it's 1447 Ridge Road. But I see also 241 Ridge Road isn't there either, and I presume that these would come forward with a separate report?
I'm sorry, this is for the May 27th meeting minutes?
This is for the, no, this is for the Museum and Cultural Heritage minutes, 11.3.7.
Sorry, Your Worship, just to go back further, but this is regarding 11.1.1, the regular council meeting minutes. of
No,
May 27th.
11.3.7.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong minutes. My apologies.
So it may be that Ms. Dewaria is, would these recommendations go to staff and then a report and then come to council?
That's my understanding, and I think these only two items have been brought forward because they were the two items where the changes were made by the Heritage Committee. Everything else was kept the same. One was regarding the reference plan, second was regarding the interior attributes to the building. So those were the two changes that were made, and that's the reason it's highlighted here.
And
That
we-
was a change from the previous one.
And we would have to authorize a reference plan be prepared. So this is a recommendation coming forward. That's with respect to 164 Point Avenue Road South. For 304 Ridge, yeah, there's a change in some of the interior features. And we would have to approve that as well. The other things will come forward under a separate report, I believe, Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I just wanted to make sure, because it said receive and approve recommendations in the June 12th, and I knew there were more recommendations that we weren't
Yep.
coming, so we're not necessarily approving them. I guess my only question is, for 304, and I did see that the owners of that have come to an understanding in regards to what's covered and what's not covered, and they're okay with the designation. Is that also the case with 164 Point Avenue Road South? Are the owners of that okay with the designation? Do we know that?
In reviewing the minutes, the people at 164 Point Avenue Road South want a reference plan so that there's a clear indication of what the boundaries are for the property that's going to be part of the heritage designation. But in order to authorize a reference plan, council has to approve that.
Okay, so we're not necessarily approving the designation today if they don't agree with the reference plan, if the owners don't agree with the reference plan.
Yeah, no, this is simply so that we can get a reference plan.
Okay,
Yeah, Councillor, anything further on that, Councillor Noyes?
no.
Councillor Dubanow, you wanted to respond to that?
Yeah, and that's actually a good point that Councillor Noyes brought up. That one of the concerns, without going into too much detail, was just it's a very large property, and it's the primary concern for designation is the home itself. So one of the parts of the discussion we had was the reference plan to delineate exactly the specific house and buildings that would be affected by the heritage designation and not the entire property. So my understanding is that this is part of the compromise, is that in order to be agreeable to moving forward with a heritage designation, we prepare the reference plan, and then that way we can delineate exactly where it is, and then it'll be agreeable to move forward. So it's kind of a similar vein to 304. It's just different thing that we're doing. Thank you, Your Worship.
Any other questions with respect to any of the items in the consent agenda? If not, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor of the items in the consent agenda except 11.1.1? That is carried. Councillor Flagg, could you then put item 11.1.1, the May 27th minutes on the floor, please?
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott, the council approves the regular council meeting minutes of May 27th, 2024.
Questions or comments? Councillor Noyes.
Yes, and again, that was a long meeting, if we all remember that date. My motion should have read, or what I thought I had said, because I did not go back and watch the tape. Instead of, it says that to ensure the timelines of the replacement of town-owned trees follow the same timeline. It should read the replacement of trees by the town follow the same guidelines, not town-owned trees, because we don't even need a permit for town-owned trees. So the reading, it should say, replacement of trees by the town follow the same timeline, not town-owned trees.
So, Mr. Clerk, I'm going to ask you to, just check that and make appropriate correction. Any other questions with respect to those minutes? I had one question, and that is, have we heard back from the Niagara Parks Commission regarding the invitation to the chair to come and address council regarding the marina?
Through your worship, I have not been in the office the last 2 weeks, but I've been caught up with email. I have not heard a response to date.
So this is now June the 24th. Maybe somebody on staff could follow up, Mr. CAO? Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to call the question then with respect to those minutes. All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That then takes us to reports, and the first report is PDS 40-2024, and I have, okay, so this was previously moved, and this is with respect to Fort Erie Hills. So this was moved by Councillor Dubanow on June the 10th, and so this report is on the floor for any questions or comments. So, Ms. Dewari, we spoke earlier today about this particular report. This primarily deals with an extension of the draft approval. This is a phased development. We know that there's something coming with respect to modifications to Phase 1, which is the east side of the property. Questions that I had raised at the last meeting, they relate to Phase 2 of the meeting, and your suggestion is that we extend this, and that we extend it for 2 years, and the rationale for that?
Your Worship, the rationale was because the westerly portion would be subject to a secondary plan, and it may take that much amount of time for the applicant to process the application, undertake all the studies, and then come in for a proposal. So that may take that much amount of time.
And the current plan, draft plan as approved, calls for the opening of Bowen Road north of this parcel. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Which would address at least one of the concerns that I had raised before. Okay, yeah, I'm satisfied then with the information you've provided, Ms. Dewaria. Any other questions? If Councillor Christensen.
Through you, Your Worship, to Ms. Dewaria, on page 3 of the report, the second paragraph, middle, it says that it's anticipated the application will be deemed complete and will be brought forward to council for consideration in the next few months following submission of a few. I just wanted a bit of clarification on how long the next few months is.
Your Worship, through you to the Councillor, at this point, I do not have an exact time frame. We are still working on reviewing the application, but it's my understanding that it would take a couple of months at least.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All those in favor of the report? None opposed, that is carried. That takes us then to report PDS 48-2024. And Councillor Christensen, you have the resolution for that.
Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that Council approves the amendment to the town zoning bylaw 129-90 as detailed in report PDS 48-2024 for the lands known as 0-120524 Centralia Avenue North, Hershey Estates, and further that council directs staff to submit the necessary bylaw.
Okay, so before we proceed, this doesn't indicate who the owner of this parcel is. I believe the last report, it said it was a Brendan Ferry. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Worship, it says on the first page, list of stakeholders, and the owner is Brandon Ferry.
Okay. Any questions or comments with respect to the report and the recommendations? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Again, I'm not going to be supporting this, and it's not because, like, they talk about the ditches on Centralia needing to be cleaned out and stuff, but I can't get over all those pictures that we saw. This is not a ditch. It's partly a ditch problem, but this is a huge problem. This is a swamp. This is water over the property. It runs over the roads. during a rainstorm. I don't think that I can in all good conscience approve something which I know is going to cause major problems down the road. I don't know how they're going to deal with the problem with the water. The residents have said this has been a problem for years and years and years. It's well known. I don't know, I'm not an engineer, but I'm just not confident that they're going to be able to solve that kind of a drainage problem. It's a swamp, basically. And if they solve the problem there, my concern is for the residents that are on the other sides of them and where this water is going to go, because there's a huge amount of water. So I don't feel confident that that has been addressed, and I don't see any solution that I feel confident that's going to actually solve the problem. So that's just my opinion. I'm not an engineer, though, so.
Okay, so Councillor Noyes, this has become a rather complicated issue in the sense that this is an application to rezone the property, and that was a condition of the draft approval that was imposed in 2018. The plan of subdivision itself was previously approved and has been temporarily extended by staff to August. We'll be dealing in August, I presume, with an application to extend or not extend the draft plan approved. Ms. Dilwari, we also chatted about this report earlier today, and your view with respect to granting the rezoning boils down to what? There are two aspects. One is the environmental protection, one is rural residential. Why should we approve those?
So, in my opinion, the zoning, as you have mentioned, Your Worship, it is a condition of the draft plan approval, and which was included in 2018. Based on staff opinion, we are increasing the size of the environmental protection area, so there would be more land which would be protected now and which will take care of the wetland feature. Second reason is the lot frontage, which is that application for the to recognize the reduced lot frontage. Those lots have been in existence since 2015. So moving forward, I believe it would be, because that the plan has already been draft approved since 2015 with the same amount of lot frontages. I believe it's difficult from the lot frontage perspective to say no to it. But from a bigger perspective, we are increasing the environmental protection area. Once we would go through the zoning process, then the applicant would proceed with the draft plan of subdivision, and that is a time we can take care of the functional servicing issues, the septic issues, the grading issues. So this is a precursor to the subdivision.
Is this the type of rezoning that would that we could impose a sunset provision?
Yes, Your Worship.
And so, to some extent, the rezoning and the draft approved plan go hand in hand. And we could, would you be, let me ask you this, what would your position be if I were to ask you, if we were to put a 1-year sunset provision on the zoning changes, do we have to do it for both zoning changes, or can we do it just with respect to the residential? And then secondly, tie that into any potential extension of draft approval that we might consider later this year, this summer?
Your Worship, to answer your question, yes, both the zoning should be tied in together, because with the environmental protection, we are actually protecting a larger area than what was previously approved. Lot frontages have been in existence, and regarding the sunset clause, yes, if council chooses to give them 1 year and then the draft plan can be extended for 1 year, that way we would ensure the project would get completed. For some reason, if the project doesn't get completed, then zoning would cease.
And so we can't put a sunset provision on one of the zoning changes and not the other?
I do not know how we would do that, because
I don't know either, and that's why I'm asking. Okay, that's fine. So I just wanted to make sure that there is an opportunity for us to at least try to align these two things, the zoning and the plan of subdivision. Councillor Noyes.
I'm just wondering, do we have a recent, because this boundaries onto the 6 Mile Creek, and we've had problems with residential areas on 6 Mile Creek before. When was the last time the floodplain was reviewed for this area?
Your worship, through you to the councillor, it was reviewed as part of this application, and our staff was there on ground doing the staking for the creek, and that was done last week.
Okay, so you're confident in the boundaries for the
Yes.
6 Mile Creek? Thank you.
Is anyone interested in putting a motion forward to impose a sunset provision of 1 year on the rezoning? Councillor Lewis is...
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
There? Thank you. And Councillor Noyes mentioned this before. I was at the public open house with Councillor Christensen tonight, earlier before council, where we were looking at 6 Mile Creek and the ongoing issue of flooding during high water levels. And it was brought to my attention that the last time the floodplain map for 6 Mile Creek was updated would have been in my first term of council between 2003 to 2006. So I do have a bit of pause for concern, because a lot has changed in terms of storms, flooding in the 20 years since that period of time. So I just wanted to bring that to council's attention. And I am a strong believer in the sunset clauses, because we are dealing with a bunch of previously approved developments that are not moving forward. And I know my motion speaks to that later tonight with Councillor Christensen's support and hopefully the rest of council's. But I would be happy to move a motion to put a sunset clause on this for, was it 1 year you had suggested?
1 year.
So that would be my my motion.
Councillor Christensen, you're seconding that?
Yes, Your Worship.
And did you want to speak to that?
I wanted to speak to the fact that I guess it's more general. I have significant concern about some of the...
So we can do that after we deal with the amendment.
Okay.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Any questions or comments about the amendment? Councillor Dubanow and then Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Worship. I'm going to enthusiastically support the sunset clause. As I said, when we dealt with this at our, my apologies, when it came up previously, this has been going on a very long time. I think this may even, it dates back to my childhood. I am confident that when the developer or the property owner, whoever it was here, they said they wanted to move forward. I take them at their word. And at the same time, we have the ability here to put sunset clauses in. I think it is a fantastic thing that we do this rather than having property sit vacant. I think 1 year is more than fair. And hopefully we get this moving forward. It has been just one of those things, almost continually, anyone who follows minutes or, I probably not everyone is a council nerd like I was before I was on council, but you'd always see this coming up continually for renewal, 2 year, 2 year, 3 year, 2 year. So I am very much looking forward to putting this to bed. And if the 1 year sunset does that, absolutely, I enthusiastically support this. I think it's a great idea. So that was my comment. Let's either put up or shut up is the phrase. So let's do that. Thank you.
Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarity, this is a sunset clause on both the draft plan.
No.
I'm sorry, the zoning only?
Well, we only have the zoning before us. And so this only deals with the zoning. The draft plan of subdivision has been extended to August 21st by staff's temporary authority to do that. So council will have to consider this coming up in probably August.
I appreciate the clarity. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? So to the amendment to impose a 1 year sunset clause on the rezoning, all those in favor? That is carried. Councillor Christensen, over to you then.
No, I think we've covered the discussion.
Okay.
Okay.
Any further discussion with respect then to the recommendations and the as amended? Then I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? This is carried. Okay. Now we've got a bunch of responses to inquiries. And first item deals with an inquiry raised by Councillor Dubanow, I believe, relative to setbacks and front yards and what have you. So the resolution is that we receive this for information purposes, and Councillor Dubanow, I've got you putting that on the floor.
Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Flagg that Council receives the memorandum from Intermediate Development Planner Darrell Vanderveen regarding the review of front lot line definitions and setbacks for information purposes.
Questions or comments? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I want to extend my appreciation to staff for looking into this. I understand that this is a fairly complex matter because there's a lot of touch points on this. I've had some good discussion with the director regarding ways we can work around that in the interim. And I'm looking forward to the housekeeping amendments that are proposed to come forward. I think that'll resolve some of the weird quirks that we run into. And until that happens, I've had discussions with residents who are satisfied to the options and what they can do moving forward. So I think we're making good progress on this, and I appreciate the memo. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All those in favor then of the recommendation? Unopposed, that is carried. The second item is response to inquiry by Councillor Noyes with respect to school board data, both public and separate school boards. And there is no action with respect to this, I take it, Mr. Clerk? This is just a response to inquiry.
That's correct, Your Worship. Typically, there would be an update provided by the staff member.
Right, and is there a staff person that's dealing with this?
Through Your Worship, Diana Kelly, your assistant, had prepared this memo. I'm happy to try to answer any questions, but or the CAO.
Okay, so the memo does outline information that my assistant, Diana Kelly, was able to obtain from both the District School Board of Niagara and the Niagara Catholic District School Board. Councillor Noyes, you requested this data and information. The only thing I would say is that we're able to get current information from the Catholic School Board. We don't have 2024 data from the Niagara District School Board, but it's not hard to get the information. Councillor Noyes.
I'm very grateful to staff for coming up with this information because I think it just reinforces my concern, particularly with post-secondary school here in Fort Erie. I know we always send we ask for comments when we talk about new subdivisions, et cetera, et cetera. So just tonight in my ward, just my ward, there's Spring Creek Estates, there's the Hendershot, there's the new Phase 2 for Black Creek Signature, and there's another one I'm forgetting. And we've asked the school board, do you have any concerns? Nope, no concerns. But if you look at Greater Fort Erie Secondary School in 2023, they're already at 142% capacity. And that is the only public high school we have in Fort Erie, but yet they don't seem to have an issue with all the developments. I mean, just my ward, there's like, almost 700 new homes or 600 new homes going in. And the students there, well, all the students in all of Fort Erie go to Fort Erie Secondary School. So I'm concerned that they're just kind of like saying, no problem, no problem, no problem. Maybe it's like the region. When we hit capacity, you can't build, but it's not like a building permit. They don't need a building permit. That doesn't come into question, should we approve these buildings if there's not enough capacity? And it's obvious to me, looking at these numbers, particularly for the secondary school, there is not the capacity. And I am concerned that the school board isn't concerned about all these plans of subdivision that are going in and what they're going to do, because you don't build a school in a few months. And again, it's the students that are going to suffer. I mean, if you're at 142% capacity in 2023, you have all these developments coming. Somebody should be yelling and screaming and saying, you know, this is not, we can't continue to go forward like this, and putting up more and more portables. And I see that the private school, they're actually underutilized, but that's not the problem. The problem is the secondary school, and also some of these public grade schools. They're not bad. It's not as bad as the high schools, but still some of them are over capacity already. John Brandt is at, I think the projection or whatever, they're already over already. That you can see students over. They're already in 2022, 268 over. In 2023, there are 112, and some of these schools are more over than others. Like they have overreached their capacity. Now Stevensville hasn't, so that's probably, you know, it's not a problem in my ward particularly yet. You know, there's other things, but I don't know how we can make the school board not just give a pat answer, say, all's fine, go ahead, no concerns, without really addressing the issue. So I'm glad we have this information. I'm going to keep it on hand every time we get a plan of subdivision and remind them that they're over capacity. Maybe we need to remind them when we ask them the question. You are currently over capacity. You're at now 164%. Do you really think this is okay? You have no concerns about this. And maybe we need to remind them of their own stats. Thank you.
Councillor Noyes, this is why I've periodically raised this issue when we have plans of subdivision and we do get a response from the school boards and they don't necessarily raise any concerns. The reality is that the Ministry of Education has a heavy hand in terms of how much a school board can build. When the high school was opened in 2017, it was already over capacity. There were 4 portables put in there. That wasn't the school board's fault. The province would not permit them to take into account the fact that there would be students who lived in Fort Erie, who would come back to Fort Erie High School from Lakeshore Catholic. They weren't allowed to take that into account, and that, of course, was a factor and has been a factor. So when we approved the high school, you may recall, or maybe you weren't on council on that term, but we did approve the new school subject to 2 expansions, one of 300 students and one for 500 students. So the plans are there, they are available, and as soon as sufficient time goes by where the enrollment remains at its high level, then there's a justification for the school board to seek additional funding from the province. In terms of elementary schools, my understanding is the CEO has had communications with the school board. Maybe you could comment on that.
Thank you, through the mayor to the councillor. So we have had recent discussions with the District School Board of Niagara, and they are looking to meet with town staff and planning staff regarding future growth. They do anticipate that growth, and the mayor is quite right in his explanation with the high school. But in terms of the elementary school, there is some plans for the DSBN to look at a new school to be built in Fort Erie based on that growing demand as you've outlined it. And they're certainly up against some strict rules by the ministry about the number of years they have to demonstrate growth in order to justify the investment in both the school expansions, but also the potential for a new school. So we're going to undertake those discussions, I'm assuming, probably after this school year wraps up, and we'll keep council apprised of that.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much to Ms. Kelly for putting this together. It was, in my opinion, quite fascinating to glean the information on the enrollment, what the projections are. I look at this as a double-edged sword. It's a good news story in one on one side, because it shows that we have, you know, there's children in this community, and the number of children in the community is increasing, and you know. You want to see kids in a community. You want to see that growth. You want to see kids on the playgrounds and everything else. I think it's nice to see that enrollment, at least in the public board, and I'll get to that in a second, is increasing. But the negative aspect to that is that, as was already said, the timelines for planning are quite strict. The province even reduced it. Originally, I think, was 7 or 8 years of continual growth, which was extremely difficult to manage. They've reduced it to 4 years, but even now, that's incredibly difficult because the way growth is going on right now, it's just moving at breakneck speed. Even 4 years, you're running behind the 8 ball. The big concern that I had looking at those was the disparity in enrollment and projected growth between the public board and the Catholic board. And I really, I know this is a bit of a contentious issue. I know it's been kind of batted around. The former mayor of Toronto actually kind of lost a provincial election kind of by wading into this issue. But, it really just strikes me as nonsensical, if you will, that we have one publicly funded school board in this province or region, if you will, that is seeing considerable growth in enrollment, pressures on facilities, on new schools, enrollment. All of the schools in our community that are in the public board are either at capacity or nearing, either at or already exceeding capacity. And then you look at the separate school board, and they are underutilized, not showing the same amount of growth. And, it's 2024. Quebec eliminated their separate school boards in the 1990s. Newfoundland did it.
Councillor Dubanow, I'm gonna cut you off there. We're not talking about whether we should be eliminating the school board.
You're probably doing me a favor, Your Worship, because of where I'm going. It's kind of concerning to see that disparity between them, and I'll just leave it at that. I think everyone can take where, and you are doing me a favor because it is a politically contentious issue. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Anyone else? Councillor Christensen?
When I saw this motion, I thank Councillor Noyes for raising the issue. One of the concerns, and I think it was raised in a different context, sewage, by Mr. Hunter tonight, that we have different inputs to the actual algorithm of projection. And I really don't know whether, I acknowledge there are the provincial restrictions, which are gobsmacking in my opinion, that there is not, they want us to build more houses, but they don't accommodate the fact that many of the people living in those homes are under the age of 18. And the federal government we won't get into, just for the same reason Councillor Dubanow got cut off. But it does appear to me that there, just as with the calculation of the stressors on sewage, I really would like to know whether the algorithm that the public and separate school boards uses accommodates different measures for correlating family status by dwelling type and the number of pupils generated. We saw 3 different numbers in sewage, from 4 down to 1.8. And I'd like to know whether that similar kind of disparity may or may not exist. But it really does need to be looked at, even within the constraints that they're talking about, that the mayor raised and Councillor Dubanow raised with the time horizon that doesn't correlate with anything around development. Thank you.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll be brief. Just, one thing I thought of when I was looking at the report or the information back from staff, we have the distinguished honor of being represented by two school board trustees, one being public and one being the Catholic system. And there are esteemed advocates in all things local education. Yet in my term of council, this one, and even predating this, spread out over 2 decades, I've yet to see them grace our council chambers.
Okay, so I'm gonna cut you off right there because you're off topic. We're talking here now about the enrollment and the data, and I don't want you to get into personalities.
No, and I'm not, Your Worship. I'm talking about the data because that's the problem. Every report, as Councillor Noyes has mentioned in the past, comes back with there is no problem. And where I was going with this is we have two representatives that represent both school boards. I've never seen them here. Maybe they have been, but not since I've been here. And perhaps it's time that we consider extending a formal invitation to have them come explain either what is happening or what they are doing to advocate on our behalf to ensure that our concerns are being addressed. So that might be seen as personal. I don't see it as personal. They are the representatives. And it's been a hollow hall for at least 2 decades where I haven't seen one in the building. So I just throw that out there for consideration by council for a future meeting.
Okay, anyone else? Then there's no action required on that. That's a response to inquiry. And the next response to inquiry, also Councillor Noyes, and that relates to Wi-Fi, and CAO, you are the one who provided some information on this. Is there any additional information you can provide?
No, the response to inquiry has the extent of information that we're aware of at this point in time. The only other thing I might add is the final comment around our government relations strategy. We did receive a response back from a representative in the Premier's office to direct us to the proper ministry and a contact there on this very specific issue. Just there hasn't been any follow-up as of yet, but that was late last week. So.
Any questions, Councillor Noyes?
Just a comment again, thank you for getting me the information, but again, it's the same explanation we've been hearing for the last 4 years. At some point, you can't keep saying it's because of the archaeological study.
Yeah, you can, because that's exactly what it is in the extrapolating costs that have been encountered. When Bell started off with this, it looked like there was going to be a simple clearance of a very small corridor along the Niagara Parkway from Fort Erie to Niagara on the Lake. As it turned out, they're now being told that they have to do stage 4 assessments in certain areas. The costs of this have expanded far beyond what they could imagine, and there are 500 households that this would have an impact on. So they're a private business. They do have some funding from government sources with respect to this. That's why they're working with SWIFT to try to get some additional funding. And there are agencies that have been requesting that SWIFT provide that support. But the money for SWIFT comes from provincial and federal coffers. So, yeah, that's the problem. And if Bell doesn't do it, it's guaranteed that no other private entity is going to do it because of the cost. So they're, so I hate to be argumentative with you on that, but it is the archaeology. That's really what's holding it up.
And I can appreciate that there's things beyond their control. But at the same point, at this point, because they've been looking at it for so long, they should, and maybe they do, know what the extent of the problem is or the cost of doing the fourth, and having some plan to say, okay, next year we're going to do this, in 5 years we're going to reach this conclusion. Or maybe they're just keep saying with the funding that was provided, we just can't do it, period.
So probably, yeah, the next step would be, instead of fiber, which is what Bell is putting in, would be to go to some type of Wi-Fi connections along the parkway. And I know that the Niagara Parks Commission is installing some Wi-Fi towers and cells for their own purposes, but also for tourism purposes. And there may be an opportunity there for residents to tag on to that in the future.
Thank you for that, and I, I'm not trying to disparage the Bell from moving ahead. Obviously, we want them to move ahead, and I'm glad that they're moving ahead in all other areas of town. I mean, they've made great inroads, but at the same, and I'm just thinking, okay, this marina project that's going to happen, and hopefully we'll have an explanation coming. What are they going to do without Wi-Fi? Because that's the area.
Well, as I said, they're putting in some Wi-Fi towers, and they'll be able to deal with that Wi-Fi, but that's different than fiber, which is what Bell has been putting in. And the other option might be they may have to go back and see whether they can utilize CNP hydro poles as an example. That's been something they've done in some areas. They've been reluctant to do it in other areas, but that may be the other possibility.
And I'm glad to hear that, because like I said, if they can't do it, if it's just cost prohibitive, then there's got to be another solution. So say, okay, we can't do it because of the archaeological remnants and that. So now we're going to do this, but they've been talking about it for a very, very long time. And I know that we all feel for the residents who have been waiting for the Wi-Fi connection. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? If not, then we'll move on to the next item, which is the resignation from the Accessibility Advisory Committee. Councillor Noyes, you have that resolution.
Yes, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Flagg that council accepts the resignation of Joe Kissman from the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and that further council directs staff to proceed with filling the vacancy in accordance with the procedural bylaw.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in, Councillor Noyes.
I just want to make a comment that Mr. Kissman was a very valuable member of our accessibility, and he will be missed. He brought some great ideas, particularly about the taxi service and the problem with transportation and how it affects him personally. And so he did open up a few doors, and we did get a lot more information. Thank you.
Okay. If there are no other comments, all those in favor of the resolution? Unopposed, that is carried. Are there any other inquiries or items of new business? Councillor McDermott.
Yes, just real quick, Your Worship. I just wanted to thank the Infrastructure Department for all the hard work they did for us to get our Bridgeburg BIA summer kickoff done. I mean, they went over and above for us, and I certainly appreciate Kelly and the staff for making that happen. So I just think when you should be recognized, you should be.
Yeah, thank you. I had a lot of positive comments regarding staff and the help that they've provided the businesses down there through your efforts, of course. Thank you very much, Councillor McDermott. Okay, if there are no other inquiries or items of new business, Councillor McDermott, you have a resolution for us to go into closed session.
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Flagg. The council does now go into closed session at 8:52 p.m. to consider the following. 14.1, closed meeting minutes, June 10th, 2024. 14.2, 412 Ridgeway Road, Crystal Beach Secondary Plan minutes and settlement pursuant to Section 239E of the Municipal Act 2001. Litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the town, affecting the municipality or local board. 14.3 PDS 45-2024, change the conditions of draft plan approval. 613 Helena Street minutes of settlement. Settlement pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. And 14.4, Senior Citizens Advisory Committee appointments pursuant to Section 239-2B of the Municipal Act 2001, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, we're back in the council chambers, and Councillor Lewis, you have the resolution for us to rise from closed session.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Christensen. The council does now rise and reconvene from closed session at 9:12 p.m. with report that council approves the closed session minutes of June 10th, 2024, and that the mayor and town clerk be authorized to execute the minutes of settlement regarding the OLT 23-000311 412 Ridgeway Road dated June 24th, 2024, and that PDS 45-2024 be deferred to the July 8th, 2024 council meeting, and that council appoints Kenneth Menard to the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee for the term ending November the 14th, 2026, or until their successor is appointed.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor of the resolution? None opposed, that is carried. That takes us to motions, and we have a series of motions this evening. The first one, Councillor Lewis.
Just bringing my notes up here. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McDermott that council direct staff to prepare a report on options available to the municipality to ensure that planning approvals provided by council, particularly but not exclusively regarding official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, draft plan of subdivision, condominium and site plan, proceed to construction in an expeditious manner and timely manner, including consideration of a sunset clause default for all applications. And if I can speak
Yes, you may.
to the motion. So the purpose of this resolution is to address and streamline the timelines for development applications, ensuring that approval plans move forward to construction phase without unnecessary delays. Staff is tasked with exploring and reporting back on potential strategies to enforce timely progression of these projects, including sunset clauses by default. And I just want to offer a couple of comments. One of the things that I've seen since coming back on this term of council is that in terms of meeting our housing supply, we don't have a lack of pre-existing or pre-approved plans of subdivision. We have a bunch of new ones coming, while at the same time pre-existing or historically approved plans of subdivision sit idle and not built. And this resolution that I've drafted with the support of planning staff aims to increase the efficiency of the development approval process, promoting faster transitions from approval to construction. And I hope that the report will provide a comprehensive list of options and recommendations for council's consideration, with the goal of fostering a more predictable and timely development environment within our municipality. And I'm going to leave the rest of my comments because I'm sure some of the other councillors wish to speak to it, and I'm sure many of them are comments that I share as well.
Okay, any other councillors? So, Councillor Christensen.
One question, and I don't know the answer to this. Is this a motion that could be made retroactive to, say, the beginning of the year? No.
No.
That's...
So before I go back to you, Councillor Lewis, Ms. Dewar, did you have any comments with respect to the motion?
No, Your Worship, I don't have any comments.
Okay. Councillor Lewis?
And
Not mandatory.
No, no further comments, Your Worship.
Okay. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? That is unanimous. That takes us to Councillor Noyes, then. You have the next motion.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Lewis, whereas bylaw number 33-2024, being a bylaw to regulate the destruction or injuring of trees within Fort Erie, states the following. 9.1, the permit holder shall ensure that the number of replacement trees and species or choice of species, size, and location of replacement trees are planted on the same site by the date specified on the permit. Where there is insufficient space on the same site to plant all the replacement trees, the permit holder shall plant as many replacement trees the site will allow, and the permit holder shall forthwith pay the fee in Schedule C with respect to the number of replacement trees that could not be planted due to insufficient space, fee for off-site tree planting. 9.3, a permit issued under this bylaw shall be valid only for the period of time for which it is issued and shall not be transferable unless expressly stated on the face of the permits. All permits issued under this bylaw shall expire 6 months after issuance. 9.4, a permit may be renewed by the director for up to 2 additional years on a 1-year terms contingent with the expiry date of the original permit and after a written request from the owner for renewal is made to the director, who must satisfy that there are reasonable grounds for the renewal. Schedule C. Fees for off-site planting. Where there's insufficient space on the same site to plant all of the number of replacement trees as per section 8.1C or section 13.1, the director shall calculate the amount of the fee by multiplying the number of replacement trees that could not be planted on the site due to insufficient space by fees for off-site planting shown in the Town of Fort Erie Consolidated Fee Schedule. Now therefore be it resolved, when the Town of Fort Erie collects funds for tree replacements which cannot be replaced on the owner's property, the town shall replace the trees with the funds collected within 6 months, or if not able to replant within 6 months due to reasonable grounds, then as soon as practical thereafter. And I did change the last 4 words, and Councillor Lewis was fine with the change.
Okay, that's fine.
And I just wanted to touch base on that.
Yeah.
Basically, there's a lot of words here, but basically it means that the town who is collecting money for tree replacements has to replace the tree within a reasonable time. Currently, we have $150,000 in the tree bank for money that's been collected over decades and decades that has not been used to replant trees. It's sitting in the tree bank, I guess. So I don't want this to continue, and as we're moving forward, so I'm just hoping that we collect the funds. We said we're going to do something, that we do it within a reasonable time.
So just for clarity, this then would apply to funds collected through the new tree bylaw?
Well, again, we're not, yes, this is, okay, yes, this refers to not necessarily the reserves, because it has nothing to do with the reserves. It has to do with, somebody's going to pay us $1,000 because they can't replace the tree. We're going to collect the $1,000, and we're actually going to replace the tree within a reasonable time.
Right. And the fund that you referred to, that's a fund that's been created through developments and what have you? The other fund that's not going to be affected by this.
Okay, the tree bank that I refer to is when you create a lot,
Yeah,
you have to pay for a tree.
right.
It's not for something else, it's a tree deposit. And if you happen to have a tree on your property, then you don't have to pay the tree deposit. At least that's the way it was when I've paid it twice and still haven't seen the tree. But anyway, I don't know if it's changed now. But yes, so that has really nothing to do with the money that's already in the tree bank.
Right. But I have a question of the CAO with respect to that tree bank fund. And are there any steps being taken to address what Councillor Noyes has expressed concern about in terms of money that will be collected through the tree bylaw, in terms of the monies that we collect from developers or by individuals who get severances, that type of thing? Are we on track to try to expedite tree planting in that regard?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So I think the first question is about monies that have been collected traditionally for parts of development fees is in a tree reserve. Those are slated to be used for planting trees. There is a number of trees in that grouping from the development charges that have not been planted, and we are working with development services and infrastructure services to address some of the trees that need to be planted. So we will be moving forward with a plan for that. We just have some work to do to quantify them and determine when those will be done. In terms of fees collected under the tree bylaw, would be a different collection of money. We would have to identify the timing for when the collection happens and when trees could reasonably be planted, but within a reasonable time frame would not be unreasonable.
Well, this is going to help. So hopefully, this will deal with monies collected under the new tree bylaw, but we'll also be able to get in line with respect to other monies we've collected. I didn't have any other questions. Anyone else have any other questions or comments? All those in favor of the resolution? That is carried. Councillor Noyes, you have the next motion.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Redekop. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Lewis. Whereas Council approved bylaw number 33, 2024, being a bylaw to regulate the destruction or injury of trees within Fort Erie on March 18th, 2024. And whereas if an arborist determines that the tree is dead, diseased, or hazardous, tree replacement ratios do not apply. And whereas residents may wish to replace dead, diseased, or hazardous trees regardless of replacement ratios being inapplicable, now therefore be resolved that Council directs staff to prepare a report outlining options for the development of a tree replacement grant for dead, diseased, or hazardous trees, and that the tree replacement grant is only applicable for permits issued under the first three grounds of Section 8.1B. The tree is dead or a hazardous tree. Based on the opinion of the arborist, it is necessary to remove its unsafe tree, and based on the opinion of the director, the tree or trees are causing or likely to cause structural damage to load-bearing structures or roof structures. I just want to touch base on that. Again, this is pretty simple. If your tree is dead, diseased, hazardous, or it's going to fall on your house and has to come down, it's not safe, you still need a permit. You still have to have permission to take it down, but you don't have to pay for the permit, and you don't have to replace the tree. So my suggestion is, let's give back to these individuals who do want to replace the tree. Let's help them replace the tree by some kind of subsidy program, and this is, I don't have the answers for that yet. That would be something that I would want direction from staff, what the subsidy program, it could be like a coupon, it could be, okay, the town would still pick the tree, the species, the size, and the tree would have to be the same as the tree that we would expect someone who has to replace their tree to be. It wouldn't be like a sampling. I know we give 800 trees. I think we've given 800 samplings, but the tree would be of the same size as what's described in our bylaw. So that's pretty much, I guess, an opportunity to give back. And we've done this on different, not particularly with trees, but we've given back when we did the stopgap program. We give the ramps to businesses to help them improve their accessibility. We do this for the historical thing. We give them a reduction in their taxes, et cetera, and we help pay for repairs. So I think this is just an opportunity to give back, increase our canopy, and on the top of that, I think we will save a ton of money because the resident will pick, the resident will go buy the tree with the coupon, will then bring it to their property. It has to be on the same property as theirs. They can't go give it to, Johnny down the street. And they will replant it, and they will then take care of it. So it saves us time, like the staff time, that they're not having to replant the tree or take care of the tree, that the resident will then be responsible for the tree care.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. And I commend Councillor Noyes for bringing this forward. I think, anything we can do, to increase our tree canopy is certainly worthwhile. It's the reason why I supported the tree bylaw when I typically am very wary about, interfering in property rights that way. That our tree canopies are important, and it's something I'm willing to support. I'm not going to support this, and the reason I'm not is it's not because I don't feel that this isn't a good idea, but the municipality, we already have a very successful tree giveaway program that we run every year. And I utilized one of those trees from the giveaway this year to replace a dead tree in my backyard. I lost a maple tree. Something happened to the trunk, and it was growing the suckers out, and it didn't get leaves. And I planted a rosebud from the tree giveaway in its place this year, which is probably better because it's going to be a smaller tree and won't overwhelm my backyard. So we already do that for all residents in the municipality, and we work together, and that's something we do, whether it's replacing a damaged tree, a diseased tree, or just because you want to add trees on your yard. It's something we encourage, it's something we do, it's something taxpayers fund. I'm a little concerned, how far we go down that road. The second point is when it comes to the issue of dead and diseased trees, You know, I'm a property owner. I own a house. I realize that there are some things that you have to do when you own a home. I have to replace my roof. You know, when it comes up, that's going to cost me thousands of dollars. I have a driveway that's cracked and falling apart. I'm sure I'm going to have to repave that at some point in the future. It's not even that old of a driveway. I understand that if I have a dead or diseased tree, I may need to take that tree down, and if I desire, I have to replace it. And if I want to put a larger tree, there might be a cost. That's a cost I bear as a homeowner, and it's something, you know, I'm very fortunate to be my age as a homeowner, but I also understand that there's a responsibility as a homeowner that I have to pay to do these things. So when I look at the perspective that, you know, we already have a tree giveaway program. It's been very successful. It's been running many, many years. And then I look at the perspective of, you know, there are certain things that we as homeowners just have to do. And we don't want to do them, but we have to do them because it's one of our responsibilities as a homeowner. I can't support this specifically. It's not to say that I'm not open to the idea of things in the future, but for this specifically, when we already have a very successful giveaway program, and there's a reality of, you know, being a homeowner and having to maintain your home, I just can't support this. I think I commend where you're going with this, but I think we already have a program in place that does this. So that's why I'm not supporting it. And thank you, Your Worship.
Anyone else? Councillor Christensen.
I concur with Councillor Dubanow. When I looked at this, I thought, like the previous motion, excellent, well-intentioned. I think the programs that Councillor Noyes cited are programs that they don't have anything else. So the Heritage grant doesn't have anything else. We do have the tree giveaway program, so that adding another layer, and I was looking at administrative costs, the responsibility of homeowners for their homes, as Councillor Dubanow. It's funny you mentioned roof, because I think that's in my future, as well as a dead tree replacement. Yeah, I would definitely feel that I can't support this particular
Anyone
motion.
else? Councillor Lewis?
I'm just going to weigh into the discussion, and I did put the motion on the floor for discussion because I do think it's a conversation that we need to have. And to me, this maybe begs the question that maybe we need to look at the tree giveaway program and possibly for next year increasing that amount. Councillor Noyes did mention that the dead or diseased trees currently don't need to have a permit. Well, they need a fee. Correct. You need a permit, but you don't have the fee that goes along with it. I am going to bring this up, though, for a conversation with the Ecological Environmental Advisory Committee, because I would be interested in their input. And I know one of the examples used was the stopgap program for accessibility, but to my knowledge, there is no other program currently within the municipality that offers that. So while I support the merits of this, I do think we have a program in place that does do this. If people have the initiative and want the tree, they will show up for it, or they'll send someone in their place. But I do like where it's going, and maybe it comes back at a later date a little bit more refined with some more input. But those are my only comments on that one.
Anyone else? Go back to you, Councillor Noyes.
One of the things that surprises me sometimes about this council is that you're comparing an apple seed to an apple tree. You're comparing a sampling, which I think we get for free from the government, if I'm not mistaken, and I think we give, you know, it's a great program, whatever, but you're comparing something that would take probably 4 or 5 years of growth to come to the size of the tree that we're expecting other people to replace. You're saying, well, in 4 and 5 years, it'll get there. Not a doubt in my mind, but it'll take 4 or 5 years. My thing is saying, okay, wait a minute, your tree has died, we're all for environment, we all want to increase the canopy and everything else. We're saying, well, you can plant the tree, and in 4 or 5 years, it'll be as big as the one, but if you should take down your tree, then you can't plant a sampling. They can't come and say, okay, here's my tree. We're dictating to the people who have to pay for a replacement the size of the tree that they have to replace. They can't just go get a sampling. They can't go get one from their neighbor's yard or whatever, or go up north and bring one back. It has to be a certain caliber. It has to be a certain height. It has to be a certain root ball. But we can demand them of that. But yet we are fine with saying, okay, we give away these samplings, and that's equal to what we're expecting others to do. I just think, we can't suck and blow at the same time. If we expect other people to do this, if you guys think it's a good idea, then we should have the same requirements as we're expecting others to do. If it's a replacement tree, it's a replacement tree. And again, it does have merit, and I think it's crazy to compare the samplings that we give away, which I think we get for free. I'm not sure about the free part.
So just to be clear, Councillor Noyes, they're not really saplings.
They're little.
Some of them are 5 feet high.
Yeah, but they're little. They're little like this.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
No.
Okay, so let's,
Anyway.
we don't need to have
Not
second
comparable.
bars, but they're not saplings.
Okay. Well, if they're acceptable then why don't we let anybody who has to replace a tree, why don't we use those measurements?
So Councillor Noyes, we're not making anybody who has a dead or a hazardous tree replace the tree. So the apples to oranges that you're talking about really don't apply. There's no requirement on those people. If you want to remove an otherwise healthy tree for whatever your purposes might be, and you have to get a permit, then yes, you have to replace that tree in some fashion. So that's really the apples and apples.
Again, Mayor Redekop, with all due respect, we're not asking them to replace it in some fashion. We're saying you cannot replace it with one of the 800 trees. You have to replace it with a tree that I think it's 30 calibers, and that has to be a certain height, has to be a certain root ball. We're not, if that's okay, then that's what our bylaw should say. Okay, if you take down a tree, whatever, these trees that are dying and diseased, they were healthy trees, and for no fault of their own, the owner's fault of their own, they've lost their tree. So again, to me, it just confounds me that you can't see apples for like you're comparing the samplings. I'm calling it a sampling because that's what I would call it. I'm not talking about the little trees that they give away when we go to the conference. We're not talking about those trees. I know what the samplings look like. The Conservation Club gives them out too. But again, if that's okay, then why don't we just let people replace the trees with them?
Anyone else? Councillor Lewis?
And just a couple of comments, and I'm probably going to compare bananas and pineapples, but to me, we do have the program. There's other provincial programs. There's Ontario Soil and Crop. There, depending on if you're agricultural zone, you can do tree planting. Like there's a bunch of provincial programs out there for planting. I do want to continue down this path of the conversation because just because we've been doing something a certain way doesn't mean that we were always doing it the right way. But we do dictate to those who are profiting off of a lot creation to plant a tree that is over a certain size. And I think we have the mechanism currently in place, and maybe over time needs to be revisited, but that's just where I'm going to leave it tonight.
Okay. I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? That's defeated. Councillor Dubanow, you have the next motion.
I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Flagg, that Council directs staff to prepare a report outlining options, including, if feasible but not necessarily limited to, a community improvement program that the municipality can utilize to incentivize and encourage mixed use and medium high-density residential intensification along the Garrison Road commercial corridor in the town of Fort Erie from Central Avenue to Pettit Road. And may I speak briefly to that, Your Worship? So my view on this, and I've expressed it to others and my colleagues on council in the past, is that there's a reality to the growth that's occurring in this community. That we look at core areas, kind of the downtown areas, to kind of go up, do more. Typically, we associate that with a BIA. We didn't do it in the south end because there isn't a BIA there. We also don't have a BIA on Garrison Road. But if anyone drives down Garrison Road through Wards 2 and part of my colleague here in Ward 3, you'll notice we have a lot of very, I want to say, underutilized parcels. We have vacant lots. We have, kind of houses with a for sale sign up front. That's our main shopping district. We have, multiple grocery stores. Walmart is there. There's the ability to have, some not necessarily car-dependent development, but, we can get some height in there, get some people walking, look at that. So I'm just looking for a report here. There may be other options we can use other than a community improvement program. I'm not sure what they are. I know there's financial implications, but I really think we need to start looking at that corridor. We're doing it in other downtown areas where we have these programs in place to increase, the residents there to utilize and grow the services available. And I think we should be doing the same thing on Garrison Road. So that's why I've brought this forward. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Ms. Dewaria, any idea if this were to pass, when a report of this nature could be available?
Your Worship, we would be looking into that Garrison Road corridor as part of the official plan and intensification corridor. We are also working on the affordable housing CIP, which would also provide incentives to have intensive development and affordable housing. So in my opinion, we would be able to take care of this motion through those two means, but we would be happy to bring a report back.
So you're suggesting that you would simply utilize work that's already ongoing to provide the basis for this type of report?
Official plan is ongoing. The affordable housing CIP still hasn't started, so we can include that as part of that affordable housing CIP.
So that would be the timing. It would be integrated into this.
Yeah, and I want to start the conversation and just get us looking into it. I understand, and I've had some brief conversations with Ms. Delwaria about the official plan and what we're kind of looking for. It's just, when I look at the utilization of that corridor, and you see a new commercial plaza, and then you see a vacant lot, and then you see an abandoned building, and with that area and the compatibility in that area, I think we should be looking at programs that we can utilize to incentivize this kind of development there. That's all I'm asking for, and if we can do it as part of the official plan, all the better.
Yeah, okay, just wanted to make sure that we had clarity on that. Okay, any other comments? All those in favor of the motion? That is carried. Councillor Dubanow, you have the next motion.
I do, Your Worship, and it's unfortunate the residents from Black Creek are still not here because they certainly live with this every day, as do many others in our community. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Flagg, whereas the Queen Elizabeth Way forms an integral transportation link of provincial and national importance between the Greater Toronto Area and the United States, passing through the regional municipality of Niagara before terminating at the Peace Bridge of the town of Fort Erie, and whereas unprecedented growth through migration from the Greater Toronto Area in Niagara and the town of Fort Erie has increased traffic on the Queen Elizabeth Way, as more motorists use the highway for both business and pleasure between our community and the rest of the Greater Golden Horseshoe in the United States, and whereas while much of the Queen Elizabeth Way has been upgraded, the section between Niagara Falls and Fort Erie retains its original early to mid-20th century cross-section with an unprotected grass median of unequal grade and substandard width, and whereas increases in traffic volume on the Queen Elizabeth Way increase the risk of crossover head-on collisions of devastating consequences that the narrow grass median is unable to deflect, and whereas other divided highways in the province, such as Highway 403 in Brantford and the twin sections of Highway 11, have had guide rails installed along the left shoulders to deflect traffic from crossing the narrow grass median. Now therefore be it resolved that the Municipal Council of the Town of Fort Erie requests that the Ministry of Transportation Ontario investigate and implement implement a guide rail, cable barrier, or other suitable means of deflection to prevent and mitigate the risks of crossover collisions on the Queen Elizabeth Way between Lions Creek Road in the city of Niagara Falls and Thompson Road in the town of Fort Erie. And further, that this resolution be circulated to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Prabmeet Singh Sakaria, Minister of Transportation, the Honourable Kinga Surma, Minister of Infrastructure, and Wayne Gates, MPP for Niagara Falls. And further, that this resolution be circulated to the Regional Municipality of Niagara and other members of Parliament or members of provincial Parliament representing Niagara constituencies. And further, that this resolution be sent to the City of Niagara Falls for their endorsement and support. And if I may speak briefly to that, Your Worship. Thank you. So this, I had the idea to bring this forward when I saw another social media post. It was a little while ago, but a crossover collision on the Queenie. Thankfully, I don't think anyone was seriously injured in that accident. However, that's not always the case. I actually, I know individuals who have lost their lives in crossover accidents on the Queenie. I won't go into too much detail, but I'll just leave it at that. I actually witnessed a crossover happen right in front of me on Christmas Day back in 2013, 2014, was heading north. And if it wasn't for the OPP officer right in front of me on Christmas, who probably was having a very bored day and might have wanted to have a little bit of Christmas cheer, for all I know, that car that passed over in front of me, if I was driving a little faster, may have hit the car with myself, my wife, and my son, who at the time was 1 or 2 years old. I've had conversations with some acquaintances who I know with the Ministry of Transportation. I had these, I brought this up to them out of curiosity, being a little familiar with what they did in Brantford on the 403 there. Similar design, but they installed a guide rail on the left shoulder. The Queenie, this is the last section of significant highway. There's some smaller sections like Highway 2A in Toronto and others that don't have the traffic volume, that haven't been upgraded. But the Queenie, this section is the last one with that narrow of a median that has not actually had any sort of protection or deflection. And just with the growth we're seeing in this community, the number of commuters who, are on autopilot and who knows what else, and even with the weather that we get and, the snow and the visibility issues, I'm worried we could find ourselves a day where something really terrible happens on that highway. And with us being such a small community, it's so terrible that it affects each and every one of us. So that's why I brought this forward. I want to at least bring this to the attention of the MTO. I might even at AMO this year, I know we don't have a delegation planned with the Ministry of Transportation, but I might hunt down some of the staff to have a conversation with them. I think it's time. If we're not widening the highway and doing a complete reconstruction, if we're not at that point yet, I think we need to seriously look at some guide rails on the left shoulders to prevent those crossovers from happening. So that's why I brought this forward. I hope council will support it. And I included the city of Niagara Falls on the circulation as well, because it's a significant portion through their municipality as well. And I hope they come on board and begin the advocacy on this. So thank you very much, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, and again, I'll be brief. Thank you, Councillor Dubanow, for bringing this motion forward. I think with the growing QEW Niagara, or the Fort Erie Niagara Falls corridor, and more businesses and commercial enterprises opening up along the service roads, it's only going to get busier on top of increased development. But in 1999 or early 2000, I was involved in a motor vehicle accident traveling into Fort Erie, where I rolled over 3 times on the QEW and narrowly missed being hit by an oncoming vehicle in the opposite direction. And I see Mr. Hort at the back, who at the time worked for Clyman Head Garage and probably remembers the unfixable vehicle arriving at his shop. But I do think this is something we need to raise for the ministry, because it is a concern. And even on my daily commute or weekly commute up to Guelph for work, even highways like Highway 6 are being looked at for that exact reason, because of the narrow passageway and the vehicles going from one lane into the other. So I will support this.
Anyone else? I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, are there any other are there any notices of motion this evening? Then that takes us to consideration of bylaws. Councillor, are there any bylaws that anyone wishes removed from the package? Councillor Noyes.
Bylaw number 69, 2024, and bylaw number 70, 2024.
Okay, we'll deal with those separately. Councillor Flagg, and if you could proceed with first and second reading on the bylaw package, less 69 and 70.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that the bylaw package containing 61, 2024 to appoint Alexander Plant as building inspector for the corporation of the town of Fort Erie, 62, 2024 to authorize the entry into an execution of a municipal funding agreement with the Association of Municipalities of Ontario for the Canada Community Building Fund, 63, 2024 to amend zoning bylaw 12990 as amended, 1101 DiPietro Street, 1101 DiPietro Inc., Emad Alley owner, 64, 2024 to authorize the entry and development agreement with 2779103 Ontario Limited, Frank Basso, and 2779347 Ontario Incorporated, Paul Edward, 171 Gorham Road, 65, 2024 to authorize the entry into a development agreement with 1992293 Ontario Inc., Dino De Sorenzo Senior, 478 Marcy Lane, 66, 2024 to enact an amendment to the official plan adopted by bylaw 150-06 for the town of Fort Erie planning area, amendment 83, 576 Ridge Road North, 284 6300 Ontario Inc., Bryce Ivanchuk owner, 67, 2024 to amend zoning bylaw 12990 as amended, 576 Ridge Road North, 68, 2024 to authorize the entry into a Brownsfield rehabilitation grant agreement with Brockview Cottages Inc., Brian Keenan, 3819 Hibbard Street, 71, 2024 to assume primary services for Kettle Court Subdivision, 59M 490 Gray Forest Homes Limited, Rudy Sawatsky, owner, 72, 2024 to authorize applications for the cancellation, reduction, or refund of taxes levied for the, I guess that's taxes, levied for the years 2022, 2023, and 2024 are given first and second reading.
All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That bylaw package as amended is on the floor for any questions or comments. If not, then Councillor McDermott, would you proceed with third and final reading for all of the bylaws with the exception of 69 and 70?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Flagg. That bylaws, just a second.
61 to 68.
Just 1 sec.
71 and 72.
61-2024. 62-2024. 63-2024. 64-2024. 65-2024, 66-2024, 67-2024, 68, 68-2024,
Then 71
and 71-2024,
and 72.
72-2024. The bylaws, okay, are inclusive and given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and clerk under the corporate seal.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor Flagg, back to you then for, we're going to deal with bylaws 69 and 70 together. Councillor Noyes, you're agreeable to that? Okay, 69 and 70 together, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that bylaws 69, 2024 to enact an amendment to the official plan adopted by bylaw 150-06 for the town of Fort Erie planning area, amendment 82-436-440 Ridge Road North, 285-5546 Ontario Limited, Stephen Fisher and Paul Savoya, and Stephen Fisher owners. 70-2024 to amend zoning bylaw 129-90 as amended, 436 to 440 Ridge Road North is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? Opposed? So that is on the floor for questions or comments, those two bylaws. Any questions or comments? Councillor Noyes?
I'm not in favor of this for a number of reasons, and I'm just going to quickly go over some of them that I had before. And I do know that, okay, I'm still concerned about the contamination on site. I know maybe I'm misunderstanding what I read, but I keep getting told about the auto body shop, and that's what I was told. Okay, if you read the Region's comments, they're commenting about the contamination from the auto body shop. But there's other contaminations. We're not talking about the auto body shop that's on the property now. It probably is contaminated, they probably have remediated it. I'm talking about the property that adjoins the town, the old public works yard that we're currently going through. We know it's contaminated, we just don't know how contaminated it is. And I'm sure the contamination does not say, okay, here's the boundary, we can't go any further. So I don't think we really know about the contamination on that particular site. I understand the body shop, but I'm talking about the property that adjoins our public works yard, and I don't know what liability we may or may not have. So I don't have an answer for that yet. And also the retaining wall, we have no idea how high that retaining wall is going to be. And it's going to be 10 feet, I think, away from the neighboring properties in the back. We have no idea how that's going to affect the drainage, et cetera, et cetera. We have no idea how high everything's going to be. Now, this is a 4-story on top of retaining wall, which may be, who knows, 2 feet, 3 feet, 4 feet, maybe it's only 8 inches, I don't know. We don't know, because that's obviously going to increase the height of the building, depending on on how high the retaining wall has to be. And also, I do not understand how if it's a substantial retaining wall, let's say 2 or 3 feet, how you're going to be able to build that without killing the trees within that 10-foot buffer. I think it's 10 feet, 3.3 meters or something. Because the trees that are there, they're older trees, and with the bedrock that's underneath, the roots are very close to the surface. So I don't know how you're going to be able to build a retaining wall without going within that 10 feet and killing those trees. The other thing, too, is that I don't think that this council is going to approve the developer to removing 6 or 7 of town trees, which they have to do. And I understood from a question I asked earlier at the last, when it came before, is that I know the mayor commented he wouldn't approve it, I know I wouldn't approve it, and that if the town didn't approve the removal of these trees, there'd have to be a new site plan. So maybe we need to look at that. Maybe we need to find out, okay, if we're not going to approve it, and they're not going to be able to do what they're planning on doing, what are they planning on doing if they can't remove these trees? And the other thing, too, we talk about people not participating in our secondary plans, or not coming to the table for our secondary plans, or not coming to the table for our official plans. So here's an example where we have a secondary plan that had input from the public. We had official plan that had input from the public. We're now asking for amendments to both the official plan and the Ridgeway Thunder Bay secondary plan, against the wishes of the residents who are supportive of the current official plan and supportive of the secondary plan. And we're making changes, and we're saying, well, it makes me wonder why people would participate if we just quickly, I wouldn't say quickly, I do know that we give great consideration to this, but if we kind of ignore their thoughts, we tie their ideas into the plans, and then when the developer comes and knocks on our door and says, okay, I want to do this, we simply, I wouldn't say simply, because that's not fair either to this council, because I think we do take great consideration, but like, if I was, I'm saying, well, why bother participating? Because they're going to do what they're going to do anyway, like, it's falling on deaf ears. Like, why are we changing all these plans that we're all in favor of? And I'm talking to the number of the residents. They're not against development. They would like single-family houses, low density, which is what it was zoned for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Noyes. Anyone else? Then Councillor McDermott, third and final reading, please. Bylaws 69 and 70.
Can I have a registered vote, please?
Sure.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Flagg, that bylaws 69-2024, 70-2024 are given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor clerk under the corporate seal.
And Mr. Clerk, would you proceed with the recorded vote?
Councillor McDermott?
Favor?
Councillor Christensen?
In favor?
Councillor Lewis?
In favor?
Councillor Flagg?
Opposed?
Councillor Dubanow?
Yes.
Councillor Noyes?
No.
Mayor?
Yes.
That carries.
Thank you. Takes us then to Councillor Christensen, first and second reading of the confirmatory bylaw.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, that bylaw number 73-2024 to confirm the actions of council at the counseling committee meeting held on June 10th, 2024, and its council meeting held on June 24th, 2024, is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? Unopposed, that is carried. Councillor Flagg, third and final reading.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, second by Councillor McDermott, that bylaw 73-2024 is given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and clerk under the corporate seal.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Scheduling of meetings. Councillor Noyes.
I have two meetings tomorrow, the 40 not-for-profit housing meeting at noon. It's also our annual general meeting. So there's going to be two meetings rolled into one, and also the accessibility committee meeting tomorrow at 4:30 in committee room 1.
And what time is the first meeting, the nonprofit meeting?
The first meeting is at noon. It's at Bridgewater.
Right, okay. Any other meetings? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. Corporate and Community Services Subcommittee on the 4th at 3 o'clock in conference room 1.
Any other meetings? Councillor Christensen.
The Business Subcommittee of Planning and Development Services, July 2nd, 3:15 to 5:15, probably Committee Room 1. July the 3rd, the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee from 10 to 12 at the Fort Erie Lions Douglas Heights Senior Center, and at 5:30 at the Crystal Ridge Library, the Ridgeway BIA. And I want to put in a plug for Ridge Fest again. I know the mayor mentioned it, but Friday night, July the 5th, we're going to have some fun, and all day on July the 6th. Then it will be back to the format that is very family-friendly, with lots of stuff starting at 8 o'clock on Saturday morning with pancake breakfast and the car show.
Good, looking forward to it. Any other meetings? If not, then the last page of my booklet has a motion by Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Flagg that council adjourns at 10:01 p.m. to reconvene into a regular meeting of council on July 22nd, 2024.
All those in favor? That is carried. The meeting's over, of course.